Chapter 1284. It was really an eventful time for them. It was rare for the Monster King to send back a message, so the Vine Demon tribe leader naturally attached great importance to it. This was an opportunity for their tribe to rise again. Not long after, they arrived at the city gate. When the guards at the city gate saw them, they immediately bowed and smiled obsequiously, showing flattering smiles. Although the Vine Demons were not as powerful as the other non-demon tribes in the country of demons, these lowly guards could not provoke them. Xiao Yang was already waiting for them here. When he saw the Vine Demons coming over, he sighed in relief. This was because his mission this time was finally about to be completed. It was really not easy to deliver a letter for the Vine Demons. Vine Demon Tribe Leader. Xiao Yang called out to them. Many Vine Demons came forward and immediately cupped their hands at Xiao Yang, saying, "Fellow Taoist, did you summon us? Did the Monster King bring any news?" Xiao Yang said, truthfully, "Yes, the Monster King of the Vine Demons asked me to deliver a letter to you. He's currently at the Immortal Mountain." Then he took out the letter from his storage ring and handed it to the Vine Demon tribe leader. He cupped his hands and said, "I finished delivering the letter, so I'll take my leave now." The Vine Demon Patriarch didn't have time to read the letter. He quickly tried to persuade Li Jie. "Fellow Taoist, this Patriarch thanks you for delivering the letter. You have worked hard. Although our Vine Demon clan has declined, we can still entertain you. So please stay for 2 days." Xiao Yang was hesitant. Originally, the city gate guards were still wondering why the higher-ups of the Vine Demon tribe had all come out and caused such a huge commotion. When they saw that they were all here for Xiao Yang, they were so scared that they gasped and their faces turned pale. Previously, when Xiao Yang wanted to enter the city, he was stopped by them. If Xiao Yang wanted to make things difficult for them, the Vine Demons would definitely teach them a lesson. Even if they could not kill them, it would be easy for them to make them give up their positions. It was not easy to become a city gate guard. It represented a stable income and a bit of status in the slums. They were particular about looking good and decent. If they went to this job and had no source of income, they would be no different from other slum dwellers. One had to know that even though the job of a city gate guard was very low, there were still many demons who wanted to snatch this job. The two guards glanced at each other and hurriedly walked toward Xiao Yang. Then they bowed their heads and said fawningly, "This human, the Vine Demon clan, is warm and hospitable. In the country of demons, we are known for our benevolence and righteousness. So, I think that your visit to the country of demons as a guest is definitely not in vain." Just a moment ago, they had stopped Xiao Yang from entering. Now, they were begging him to enter. Little Green Snake said excitedly, "I've heard of the country of demons before, but I've never seen it before. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look." Elisa, Onli, and Millie were also excited. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Xiao Yang didn't want to disappoint them. After all, they had followed him all the way here. Even if they didn't make any contributions, they had worked hard. "All right then, I'll have to trouble you then, Vine Demon clan leader," Xiao Yang said gratefully. "You're welcome, young hero. Please come in." The Vine Demon clan was very polite and treated him with respect. After entering the country of demons, Xiao Yang wasn't shocked because he had used his divine sense to check the situation inside. Only Elisa, Onli, Millie, and Little Green Snake were curious. They opened their eyes wide and looked around. The group arrived at the Vine Demon clan's residence. The buildings inside were like human houses, mansions, and courtyards. The Vine Demon clan leader said, "Young hero, you can stay here first. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll go and see what the Demon King said first. I'll come back later to greet you. Also, this country of demons is very prosperous. Maybe there's something you need. You can walk around. When you buy things, just put it on credit and say that you're from the Vine Demon clan." Xiao Yang said gratefully, "Vine Demon clan leader, you're too courteous. Go and do what you need to do. We'll look at the situation." The Vine Demon clan leader nodded and impatiently turned around and left. After arriving at the secret room, he carefully took out the Vine Demon King's letter and carefully read it. After reading it, he let out a sigh of relief. The content was roughly about how to make the Demon King return through the sacrifice. This made the Vine Demon clan leader feel a lot more relieved. That immortal mountain was extraordinary. Humans could enter and leave as they pleased, but demons couldn't. Very few people knew the secret behind this. Xiaoyang and the others were well taken care of by the Vine Demon clan. They ate, drank, and played. After Little Green Snake got tired of the Vine Demon clan's delicacies, she suggested going out to play. Xiaoyang naturally didn't have any objections. It was just that he wasn't interested in the outside world, so he casually threw them some ordinary magic treasures and said, "Go ahead. If you don't have money, use these magic treasures to exchange." Although these magic treasures weren't important to Xiaoyang, to the Vine Demon tribe's demon clan, they were priceless treasures. When they saw these magic treasures, even their eyes widened in disbelief. After hesitating for a moment, they went up and asked in a low voice, "Hero, these magic treasures of yours are all extraordinary. Our Vine Demon clan is willing to exchange for them with something of equivalent value, and we're also willing to use the current currency to buy them." Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Then go with them and see what they buy. You'll be responsible for paying the currency." The Vine Demon clan leader was a bit troubled and said, "Hero, the clan leader has said that you can buy as much as you want. Consider it a gift from our Vine Demon clan to you. Although our Vine Demon clan has declined a bit, we can still pay with this currency. So, Hero, you can make other requests." Xiaoyang curled his lips and said helplessly, "Since the Vine Demon clan is so hospitable, I'll also give you these magic treasures. Okay, you can go." Many of the Vine Demons couldn't believe their ears. They really saw Xiaoyang being so generous. They were very excited, and their eyes revealed excitement. After expressing their gratitude, they said, "Thank you, Hero. It's just that we can't make the decision on this matter, so we have to let the clan leader decide. However, we can go and pay the bill first." Xiaoyang nodded, waved his hand, and let them go. Little Green Snake and Li, Millie, and Elisa had already hurriedly left the courtyard. When they were outside the courtyard, they simply let themselves go. They bought, and bought when they saw good things, just like the rhythm of being spendthrifts. Fortunately, they were followed by the Vine Demons. With their guidance and their status, the other merchants didn't dare to be too ruthless. They even gave them a lot of discounts. Chapter 1285. Xiaoyang was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. He hadn't cultivated much since he entered the demon realm, so he wanted to take advantage of this time to cultivate and summarize what he had learned. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the room, the Vine Demon Chief personally came to find him. Xiaoyang had left a clone to check on the situation and immediately noticed him. The reason why he left a clone was because he was worried that this place wasn't safe. After all, this was the Demon Kingdom, and this was where the Vine Demon tribe was. As a human, it wouldn't be wrong to be cautious. Since the Vine Demon Chief had come in person, Xiaoyang couldn't ignore him. He opened his eyes and waved his hand. The door to the room automatically opened. Xiaoyang slowly stood up and calmly asked, "Vine Demon Chief, what are you doing?" The Vine Demon Chief smiled awkwardly and walked in. He said to Xiaoyang, "Hero, it's like this. I want to ask you for a favor. To tell you the truth, the Demon King wants us to welcome him through a sacrifice. However, the tribe is currently lacking in high-end strength, so he hopes that you can protect him. Of course, our Vine Demon tribe won't let you help for free. We're willing to give you a large amount of magic treasures and currency or anything you need. Please don't mind." This put Xiaoyang in a difficult position. He was only responsible for delivering the letter. Now that he was living in their tribe, they had come to ask for help and were even willing to pay the price. If he refused, it seemed a bit unreasonable. However, if he wanted to help, Xiaoyang was a bit conflicted in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come here. He would have just turned around and left. Only the heavens knew if the Vine Demon clan had offended any other powerful figures. If the other party chose to pick a fight with them during their ritual, then Xiaoyang would be in trouble. Xiaoyang reluctantly said, "I can't guarantee this. I'll stay here for the time being. If necessary, I may help. Of course, I can't guarantee that I will." The Vine Demon chief wasn't disappointed. He seemed to have known that Xiaoyang would say this. He expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyang and then respectfully left. The reason why he was so respectful to Xiaoyang was because he could feel that Xiaoyang's cultivation aura was extremely powerful. Furthermore, the fact that Xiaoyang was able to communicate with the Vine Demon King meant that he was quite capable. Otherwise, how could a human make it all the way here? If a big shot like Xiaoyang didn't refuse, it meant that there was hope. Xiaoyang wasn't the only one that the Vine Demon clan leader had set up. He was going to hire some high-level battle prowess. At the same time, he was going to have the elites of the clan stand guard. He was even going to set up layers upon layers of array formations and various mechanisms. That was why he had started the sacrificial ceremony. As long as the Vine Demon King returned, they would be able to turn the tables around in an instant. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Elisa, Onli, Millie, and Little Green Snake had also returned from the outside. They had bought many good things and had almost toured the entire demon nation. When he returned, he was exhausted, but his face was full of smiles. Night fell. After they freshened up, they went to bed. Meanwhile, the Vine Demon clan's sacrificial ceremony had just begun. Xiaoyang released his divine sense and swept a glance. He actually caught several powerful auras that weren't inferior to his own. This made him somewhat shocked. It seemed that this demon nation was quite terrifying. There were actually so many capable people. He just didn't know if those great terrors would attack the Vine Demon clan. Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown. For safety reasons, he directly put the sleeping Elisa, Little Green Snake, Onli, and Millie into the mountain river map. The Vine Demon clan's sacrificial ceremony had already begun. At the beginning, it went very smoothly. No one caused trouble. The bonfires on the altar were lit one after another, illuminating the surroundings. The Vine Demon clan leader was chanting some incantation in the center of the altar. Waves of teleportation power descended. As time passed, this teleportation power gradually became stronger. Finally, a figure slowly condensed in the air above the altar. It was the Vine Demon King. It was originally at the Immortal Mountain. Now it was really summoned back by the sacrificial ceremony. Of course, it was only a projection that descended now. The real body couldn't come over yet. The Vine Demon King's projection glanced around and sighed with emotion. Then he noticed Xiaoyang in the courtyard. Even though there were many obstacles in between, their gazes seemed to be able to penetrate all things as they looked at each other. He nodded to express his gratitude. At least Xiaoyang didn't deceive him and really helped him deliver the letter to the demon nation. If nothing went wrong, the Vine Demon King would return here. However, things didn't go as smoothly as imagined. Several great terrors immediately came over. They already disguised themselves and even covered themselves with black cloth, wanting to conceal their identities. The Vine Demon clan leader immediately noticed them and shouted, "Activate the formation." The numerous members of the Vine Demon clan immediately obeyed and activated the formation. The formation released light, soaring into the sky and forming a protective circle around the altar. The several terrifying auras that rushed over were immediately blocked by the formation. They could only explode with tyrannical fighting power in an attempt to destroy the formation. This defensive formation looked very sturdy and indestructible. However, under the attacks of these great terrors, it quickly became shaky. Many Vine demons were injured because of this, and some even died. The Vine Demon clan leader knew that time was of the essence. He immediately sped up the chanting of the scripture, causing the Vine Demon King's figure to gradually solidify. Boom! A huge explosion was heard. The light screen of the formation instantly collapsed. Many vine demons were sent flying while spewing blood. Even though they had the numbers, they couldn't withstand the attacks of several great terrors. Xiao Yang pondered. These terrors were at least second-stage King Wu demon kings. Dear friends, now is the time for you to make a move. Don't worry, the promise of the Vine Demon clan will be honored regardless of success or failure. After seeing the formation break, the Vine Demon clan leader immediately cupped his hands and shouted to the surroundings. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 figures immediately appeared in the air. They released a powerful aura and confronted the terrors. The reinforcements invited by the Vine Demon clan leader were all King Wu demon kings. Compared to the terrors that came to ambush them, they were still far inferior. Scram! Angry roars came from the terrors. Just the aura and sound waves alone forced back many of the great demons. These great demons were all frightened. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. Then they all retreated, not daring to go forward. The Vine Demon clan leader couldn't help but frown. He felt that the life and death of his clan was at this moment. He brazenly faced death and planned to resist the enemy with his life. The Vine Demon King's figure couldn't help but sigh heavily. His face was filled with dejection and sorrow. Chapter 1286. The formation had been broken, the reinforcements had been defeated, and most of the elites had been injured. The enemy was still as strong as ever. The Vine Demon Chief's expression was resolute as he resisted with the will to die. The terrifying figures were all surprised for a moment. They really didn't expect the Vine Demon clan leader to have such fearless courage. However, even though their target wasn't the Vine Demon clan chief, if the Vine Demon clan chief wanted to court death, they would definitely help him. They immediately rushed towards the Vine Demon chief. Although the Vine Demon chief was a martial king of the greater demon level, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from these terrifying greater demon kings. It was obvious just by looking at the many martial king level great demons he had invited. Even with so many great demons, they were still unable to withstand their attacks, let alone a mere Vine Demon clan chief. The projection of the Vine Demon king couldn't help but sigh. I won't return for now. You can stop. He was helpless. He really wanted to return to the country of demons. His tribe needed him very much. However, if he returned, the Vine Demon clan would have to pay a heavy price. This was something the Vine Demon king didn't want to see. After he finished speaking, the terrifying demon kings hesitated for a moment. However, in the end, they didn't hold back. They wanted to kill the Vine Demon chief. The Vine Demon Patriarch's eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with hatred. He let out a roar and fought with them without any fear. He released his powerful demonic energy and ferociously attacked. Rays of demonic energy shot out from his body. Even though his attacks were ferocious, it was not difficult for a monarch to block them. Soon, the Vine Demon chief couldn't hold on any longer. He was hit by one of the terrifying figures and was seriously injured. The Vine Demon Patriarch was hit by a powerful force and couldn't even stand firm. He hurriedly retreated. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. Every step he took was 10 feet away. When he stood up again, he was already dozens of feet away. At this moment, his face was pale and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His demonic energy was in chaos. However, his eyes were as resolute as before. He vowed not to retreat. Finish him! One of the demon kings roared angrily. The other demon king immediately charged forward ferociously, intending to use its demon power to blast the Vine Demon clan leader into smithereens. Seeing this, the Vine Demon king's face was filled with grief and indignation. He gritted his teeth and said, "Human, do it. If you succeed, I will serve you for 100 years. For the Vine Demon king to make such a decision, it could be seen how angry and resentful he was. To have a demon king serve him for 100 years was an insult to the dignity of the demon realm. However, the Vine Demon king didn't care about this at all. Now that his tribe was about to be destroyed, why would he care about such empty things? The terrifying figures were also stunned for a moment. They really didn't expect to force the Vine Demon King to such an extent. They didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Just as they were about to kill the chief of the Vine Demon tribe, a similarly terrifying aura suddenly erupted. This tyrannical aura instantly filled the entire Vine Demon tribe. Next, Xiaoyang's figure appeared. He took a step forward, and in the next moment he appeared in front of the Vine Demon chief, blocking the attacks of several terrifying figures. Just his physical body alone was extremely strong. It had already reached the terrifying level of King Wu's third stage physical body. The attacks of these demon kings couldn't cause any harm to his physical body. At most, they could only make him feel pain. Everyone, you can stop now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After Xiaoyang saved the Vine Demon chief, he turned around and calmly looked at the terrifying figures in front of him. He counted and found that there were at least 5 or 6 Demon King level existences. Without thinking, he knew that they must have come from the demon realm. To the demon race outside the demon realm, this was a place worth yearning for and pursuing. Only people here would understand that strife and conflict would occur anywhere. Human, this is our demon realm's matter. Why are you interfering? Aren't you afraid that we will take our anger out on you? Human, leave quickly. We won't make things difficult for you. This has nothing to do with you. Scram! A series of violent shouts came from the mouths of these demon kings. They berated Xiaoyang, wanting to force Xiaoyang to retreat. The reason why they didn't make a move immediately was because they also felt the terror of Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's cultivation aura was not inferior to theirs. Moreover, Xiaoyang also had a terrifying physical body. Therefore, they were also quite afraid and didn't want to make a move easily. They also didn't want to get entangled with someone of Xiaoyang's level, in case something went wrong. After the Vine Demon chief adjusted his condition and stabilized his injuries, he continued to chant the unknown sacrificial language. The projection of the Vine Demon King gradually became more solid. If he was given another 10 minutes, he could completely teleport back from the Immortal Mountain. However, how could the enemy give him the chance? These demon kings all released their demon chi. The violent demon chi wreaked havoc everywhere. Their eyes were filled with battle intent. One of the demon kings roared at Xiaoyang. Human, you shouldn't have interfered with the matters of our demon realm. Since you chose to interfere, you will have to pay with your life. You asked for it. Therefore, 3 second-stage King Wu demon kings charged at Xiaoyang. They used violent demon chi to condense rays of light to attack Xiaoyang. The other demon kings went to capture the Vine Demon chief to stop him from chanting. If they didn't stop him, the Vine Demon kings would descend. At that time, the situation would be disadvantageous to them. Xiaoyang wasn't afraid at all. Seeing the 3 demon kings attacking him, the corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. He snorted lightly and directly used the Imperial Heaven Tower. He controlled the Imperial Heaven Tower to suppress them. Not good. Run, it's the Imperial Heaven Tower, a high-grade Heaven-class Dharma treasure. Retreat quickly. The 3 demon kings were terrified. The fear in their eyes became even more intense. After shouting, they hurriedly dodged. Xiaoyang's cultivation and strength were already very terrifying. Coupled with the fact that he had a high-grade Heaven-class Dharma treasure, it was undoubtedly a huge blow to them. Want to run? Not a chance. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and immediately unleashed his third-stage king, Wu physical strength. Through the eruption of his physical strength, his speed became even faster. He directly arrived in front of the demon kings. He raised his hand and punched out. The punches landed directly on their bodies, causing them to spit out blood and fly backward. They were completely injured. After dealing with the 3 of them, Xiaoyang controlled the Imperial Heaven Tower to instantly smash the enemies near the Vine Demon King. The Demon Kings were shocked. After feeling the powerful attack and true pressure from the Imperial Heaven Tower, they unwillingly gave up their attack and immediately retreated. Chapter 1287. Dong! A loud sound of a bell rang out. The Imperial Heaven Tower smashed down about 30 meters in front of the Vine Demon Clan leader, smashing a large part of the ground. If those monster kings were a bit slower, they would definitely be smashed into a bloody mist. Hiss! Those monster kings who retreated couldn't help but gasp in disbelief when they saw the power of the Imperial Heaven Tower. This Dharma treasure is so awesome. It seems that we are no match for it. Those three are seriously injured. They hesitated and looked conflicted. They didn't know if they should continue to attack. Seeing the projection of the Vine Demon Clan leader in the sky becoming more and more solid, they became more and more anxious. In at most 3 minutes, the Vine Demon Clan leader would be teleported here. Success or failure depended on this. Xiaoyang sneered. He could see their attitude from their expressions. He shouted, "Let's see who dares to come up." He summoned the Imperial Heaven Tower and held it with one hand. He was like a pagoda-bearing, heavenly king, so majestic that no one dared to offend him. After the 3 seriously injured monster kings stabilized their injuries, they slowly stood up. If they wanted to fight with their lives on the line, they still had the strength to fight. It just depended on whether they were willing to risk their lives. "Yo, you sound stubborn." "Very good," Xiaoyang teased. Then he used the Imperial Heaven Tower to envelop the Vine Demon Clan leader, so that the Vine Demon Clan leader was in an absolutely safe state. The Imperial Heaven Tower could attack and defend. It was indestructible. As long as he protected the Vine Demon Clan leader, the other monster kings wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Moreover, Xiaoyang was intercepting them outside. Almost no one could do anything to him. Of course, if they wanted to leave, Xiaoyang couldn't make them all stay. Besides, Xiaoyang didn't need to make them stay because he had no enmity with them. Now he was just helping the Vine Demon Clan resist the enemy. This way, he could exchange the Vine Demon Clan leader's loyalty for 100 years. It was very worth it. "Let's go together." One of the monster kings shouted unwillingly. The terrifying aura on his body was still wreaking havoc. With a roar, he took the lead and rushed forward, bursting with ferocious demonic qi toward Xiaoyang. The uninjured demon kings also roared and instantly attacked as if they had gone mad. They believed that Xiaoyang had already given up on the Imperial Heaven Pagoda and let it protect him. Then, Xiaoyang would definitely be easier to deal with without a transcendent treasure. The 3 severely injured demon kings hesitated for a moment as their eyes glinted. Even though these demon monarchs were working together, each of them had their own goals and thoughts. One had to know that if any of the demon kings of their tribes were severely injured or killed, it meant that their tribes would be attacked by other tribes. This was something they could not bear to see. Therefore, the 3 demon kings hesitated for a moment and did not attack. They only stood where they were and waited calmly. However, they also released their hostility and aura to help the demon kings who were attacking. They were like tigers eyeing their prey, ready to attack Xiaoyang at any time when there was a gap in his defense. After the 3 demon kings who were attacking noticed the situation behind them, their hearts could not help but sink. Their expressions were ugly. It was obvious that their opinions were no longer united. With just the 3 of them, they were unable to do anything to Xiaoyang. This was because Xiaoyang's cultivation was not bad. In addition, he had many strange and powerful martial skills, especially the soul-refining art and the traceless dream. Once he used them, a violent divine sense would instantly attack their sea of consciousness like seawater, causing them to stagnate for a moment and their minds to go blank. They were so frightened that they turned pale. One had to know that in a battle between experts, a moment of delay could be fatal. Fortunately, Xiaoyang did not kill them and only maintained a defensive state. Otherwise, they would have definitely died. At this point in the battle, the outcome of the battle had been decided. There was no need to continue fighting. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, the projection of the Vine Demon King was already 90% solid. It could also display some battle strength. They were even less of a match for it. Staying here would only make the situation worse. They quickly retreated. The 5 or 6 Demon Kings looked at each other as if they were discussing a new decision. The Vine Demon King roared and released the terrifying aura of a second-stage King Wu. It directly suppressed them and roared. Bastards, don't even think about leaving. Stay and fight with me. This king is very lonely on the Celestial Mountain. The 5 or 6 enemies seemed to have reached a consensus. They immediately turned and left, turning into streaks of light and leaving in all directions. At this time, the Vine Demon King descended. This was no longer a projection, but its true body. Xiao Yang waved his hand and withdrew the Imperial Heaven Tower, revealing the Vine Demon Tribe leader inside. When the Vine Demon Tribe leader saw the Vine Demon King, he was pleasantly surprised and excitedly said, "Demon King!" The numerous Vine Demon Tribe members were also extremely excited and loudly shouted, "Demon King!" At this moment, their blood seemed to be boiling, filled with fighting spirit. Their eyes revealed an excited light as they excitedly looked at the Vine Demon King. It was as if the Vine Demon King was a symbol of victory that would lead them to war and unify the world. The spirit in their bones was instantly raised. It was as if they had found a spiritual pillar that allowed them to raise their heads and puff out their chests. They did not need to be afraid of anything. When Xiao Yang saw this situation, he could not help but sigh with emotion. It seemed that the Vine Demon King was really the stabilizing force of the Vine Demon Tribe. Xiao Yang had already released Elisa, and Li, Millie, and Little Green Snake. When they saw the Vine Demon King had such a deep demon heart, they were greatly shocked and looked up at the strong. The Vine Demon King looked down at the numerous vine demons and said majestically without being angry, "You've all worked hard and suffered grievances. Don't worry, this king will lead you to rise. Drink, drink." The numerous vine demons cheered loudly. The Vine Demon King looked at Xiao Yang and calmly said, "Benefactor, give me some time. After I've dealt with this matter, I'll come find you. I won't make you wait too long." Xiao Yang lightly laughed and did not care about this. He calmly said, "Vine Demon, go about your business. I should also leave." He slowly left with Elisa, and Li, Millie, and Little Green Snake. The Vine Demon King remembered them and instructed, "In the future, when you see the Snake Tribe, Fox Tribe, and Cat Tribe, treat them with respect. This human is the benefactor of our Vine Demon Tribe. Remember this." The Vine Demon Tribe's monsters all remembered it at once. The Vine Demon Tribe leader was extremely grateful and said, "Hero, thank you for saving us. Otherwise, our Vine Demon Tribe would be finished today. I'll send you off." He personally sent Xiao Yang out of the city. Although it was currently night, it was no different from daytime to cultivators and demons. Chapter 1288. This was because they could use their divine sense to detect things. "All right, Vine Demon Tribe leader, you can go back." Xiao Yang stood still and said to the Vine Demon Tribe leader. The Vine Demon Tribe leader nodded and watched as Xiao Yang and the others left. Xiao Yang thought that it was time to return to the Tsangmin realm. He wondered how Xiao Man, Xiao Lian, and Xiao Linger were doing. But before he left, he had to send them back to prevent their tribe from worrying. It just so happened that he was going smoothly. Perhaps because they sensed that Xiao Yang was about to leave, Elisa, Onli, and Millie were much less talkative. Their expressions were a bit sad, and the atmosphere was stifling, especially the Little Green Snake. She was originally lively and cheerful, but now she was silent. Xiao Yang could only smile and comfort them. "In the future, when you reach the King Wu realm and become great demons, you can come to the human tribe to find me." This made their eyes light up, and they barely found a bit of hope. At the Snake Tribe, Ever since the little green snake left, the white snake and the little red snake were worried. Because the little green snake was pure, innocent, and lawless, they were worried that the little green snake would annoy Xiaoyang and cause trouble everywhere. So they couldn't sleep these days. Even in the middle of the night, they were still worried. At this moment, they heard a familiar voice. "Auntie, little red snake, did you miss me?" This was the little green snake's naughty voice. The white snake and little red snake thought that they were dreaming and misheard. They looked over and saw the little green snake. "Little green snake, you're back?" This made the little red snake very excited, and she immediately ran over. The white snake was finally relieved. She smiled and asked, "How was it? You didn't cause any trouble these days, right? Did you suffer?" The little green snake rolled her eyes at the white snake and said with a smile, "How could I cause trouble? I'm very obedient. Besides, my benefactor is so powerful, who dares to bully me? I went to the demon kingdom to play, and the Vine Demon King said that he wanted to be friends with us, so we have to treat him with respect in the future." The white snake smiled. This was a good thing. "Right, where's your benefactor? What about your friends?" She asked calmly. Little green snake sighed and said, "After sending the letter, benefactor wanted to go back to the human tribe. He was worried about us, so he sent us back. Sure, Only and Millie also want to go back to the tribe." Parting was a bitter experience. The white snake looked at the little green snake and comforted it. "All right, when you reach the great demon realm like the little red snake, you will be free." The little green snake let out a wow sound and said excitedly, "Really?" Benefactor said the same thing. "Then I'll go cultivate and strive to reach the great demon realm as soon as possible, so that I can be as powerful as the little red snake." She was full of hope for the future. She hurriedly ran to her cave to cultivate in seclusion, looking full of fighting spirit. However, in less than 3 days, she could no longer sit still. She had always been playful, so how could she possibly sit still and cultivate? That would be too dry and boring. As a result, her original plan to cultivate in seclusion until she became a great demon had long been ruined. After running out of the cave, she breathed in a breath of fresh air and felt extremely refreshed. The little red snake ran over with a smile and asked, "Little green snake, I reached the great demon realm so quickly? You ran out so quickly." Little green snake's face turned red. After all, she had said that she was full of fighting spirit, but now she ran out with her tail between her legs and announced that her seclusion had failed. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Little red snake, is your skin itchy? Do you want me to scratch it for you?" As a result, she immediately went to scratch it, and the little red snake quickly dodged. The white snake looked at them playing around, smiled, and went to deal with the tribe's affairs. She also felt that it was a good thing that the little green snake did not go into seclusion. She should have the lively nature of her age. After Xiaoyang sent Elisa, Onli, and Millie back to their respective tribes, he also hurriedly left the demon realm and returned to the blue underworld realm. After entering the blue underworld realm, he saw that there was war everywhere. Xiaoyang sat on the interstellar flying ship and left for Sudoku. After returning to the spring courtyard, he did not see anyone. This made Xiaoyang frown involuntarily. When he left earlier, he had asked Xiaolinger and Lin Shuyun to wait here. They must have gone to join in the fun, because the war between the dynasties had broken out. Xiaoyang had no choice but to look for Xiaomang. A soldier informed him that Xiaomang and Xiaolian had already gone to the White Tiger dynasty. Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only go to the White Tiger planet. After a day and a night, they finally arrived at the White Tiger planet. The White Tiger dynasty's palace was surrounded by the Suzaku army. At this moment, the Suzaku king personally shouted for everyone in the palace to surrender. The White Tiger dynasty was now ruled by the second prince, because their eldest prince and the White Tiger King had both been killed by Xiaoyang. Although the second prince was the temporary emperor, the third prince had never been on good terms with him, which led to internal strife and strife. Now that the Sasaka dynasty was eyeing them covetously, the White Tiger dynasty was on the decline. In just a few short days, the Sasaka dynasty had triumphantly advanced all the way to the capital of the White Tiger planet. There was no water, no food, and no spiritual energy in the palace. Now, they could only rely on spell formations to maintain their defenses. All of them were starving to death. Xiao Lian and Xiao Meng were on the left and right of the Suzaku king. Behind them, Xiao Yang saw Xiaolinger, Lin Shuryan, and the 3 King Wu slaves Chen, Xia, and Qiu. Xiao Yang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that they were fine. After the Suzaku king had persuaded them to surrender, the second prince's voice came from the palace. The second prince did not say that he would not surrender, nor did he say that he would surrender immediately. He only said that he needed some time to make arrangements. Many of the Sasaka dynasty's officials turned pale with anger when they saw the White Tiger dynasty's attitude. Their bodies trembled, and they threatened to attack and kill everyone. The Suzaku king remained silent in the face of these officials and generals' advice. Because the Suzaku dynasty's long journey to war was a waste of manpower and resources, they were already in a weakened state. If they continued to wage war, it would definitely cause the country's strength to decline further. Therefore, the Suzaku king did not want to continue the war if he could persuade them to surrender. However, it seemed that the White Tiger dynasty was making a last-ditch effort. This made the Suzaku king a little angry. Although he was angry, he could not casually issue a war order. Just as he was hesitating, he saw Xiao Yang walking over. "Prince Consort, you're here." The Suzaku king's eyes lit up as he stared at Xiao Yang. Then his face lit up with joy. When everyone heard the voice, they all looked over. "Young master." Xiao Man called out happily. After being separated from Xiao Yang for a few days, she missed Xiao Yang. Unfortunately, she did not know where Xiao Yang had gone, nor did she know where to start looking. Chapter 1289. Xiao Yang said, "Xiao Manglinger, how are you?" Xiao Yang was also very happy to see them again. The few of them gathered together and looked at each other happily. "Master." Chen, Xia, and Qiu, King Wu's 3 servants, greeted Xiao Yang. They were responsible for protecting Xiaolinger and Xiao Meng while Xiao Yang was away, so they followed him all the way here. Xiao Yang nodded at them and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The 3 of them were a little excited and hurriedly responded. When Xiao Yang and the others were almost done with their greetings, the Vermilion Bird King shamelessly came up and asked Xiao Yang, "Prince Consort, we're only 1 palace away from taking down the White Tiger planet. Do you think we can take it down?" This palace was the core of the White Tiger dynasty and was the most difficult to take down. If they could take it down, it would be a great achievement. Xiao Yang said, "I'll try." Then he flew up and floated in midair, calmly looking at the people in the palace. Because he was a high-level almighty, his gaze could see through the obstructions of the buildings and clearly see the faces of the people in the palace. He saw that everyone in the palace was pale and nervous, and there was fear in their eyes. As for Xiao Yang's arrival, they immediately noticed it. Xiao Yang had killed their king, the eldest prince, and even 3 powerhouses on the same level as King Wu. To the ministers of the White Tiger dynasty, this was a demon, the bane of the White Tiger dynasty. Their confidence had already been shaken, and now they were greatly affected. They could not hold on any longer. Xiao Yang was not angry, and he slowly said, "Everyone of the White Tiger dynasty, surrender. I, Xiao Yang, promise that I will not harm your lives. I will let bygones be bygones. Your future is up to you. If you choose to refuse, then I will forcibly break the formation. Then you won't have a choice. Furthermore, the White Tiger dynasty belongs to the Suzaku dynasty. This is the general trend, and none of you can change it. This is the trend of history. Oh, right, the Xian King Wu dynasty has been taken over by the Azure Dragon dynasty. In other words, there will only be 2 dynasties in the firmament territory in the future, the Azure Dragon dynasty and the Sasaka dynasty. Even if our Sasaka dynasty lets you off this time, do you think the Azure Dragon dynasty will let you off? Therefore, it is wise for you to choose a powerful dynasty to rely on. Xiaoyang tried his best to persuade him. Xiaoyang didn't want to resort to violence if he could persuade them with peace talks. Xiaoyang could see several flaws in the defensive formation of the imperial palace with a single glance. Although the formation was of a very high level and possessed great defensive strength, this was only for those who were not proficient in formations. In the eyes of formation masters who were proficient in formations, the formation was not perfect. At the very least, Xiaoyang was confident that he could crack it. When the people in the imperial palace heard Xiaoyang shout, they all panicked. Their expressions were different, and their thoughts were also different. There was already a group of people who wanted to surrender, but the pro-war faction was unyielding and insisted on fighting to the end. That was why they had persisted until now. Of course, there were also people who chose to remain neutral. This time, after Xiaoyang's shout, the pro-war faction immediately calmed down and maintained their silence. The neutral people also began to lean towards the surrendering faction. For a moment, the surrendering faction had the upper hand. Xiaoyang waited for a long time, but he didn't see any response from them. He said indifferently, "Since that's the case, I will begin to break the formation." "Senior Xiao, please wait." The surrendering faction immediately shouted loudly and continued, "We are willing to surrender. We are willing to leave the imperial palace." Most of the surrendering faction walked out of the imperial palace. Seeing that Xiaoyang had convinced most of the people, the Vermilion Bird King, Xiao Mang, Xiao Lian, Xiaolinger, and the others were very excited and proud of Xiaoyang. This was especially so for the army of the Sasaka dynasty. Many generals and soldiers looked at Xiaoyang with admiration. They had heard of Xiaoyang's reputation before. Now that they had seen Xiaoyang in person and personally witnessed Xiaoyang's persuasive power, they were shaken and their confidence soared. For a moment they shouted, "Shout, shout!" The morale of the army was high, and their fighting spirit was high. It was as if they were an army that had won 100 battles. In the imperial palace, only a few people from the pro-war faction were still stubbornly holding on. However, they also knew that they were at the end of the road. Even so, they were willing. After all, the people of every dynasty also had people who were loyal to the death. "Senior Xiao, you are strong and we respect you. However, we are willing to die for our country. Let's fight." The people from the pro-war faction spoke forcefully. The second prince was the representative. "Since that is the case, then I will break the formation," Xiaoyang said indifferently. Then his hands formed seals, and he began to break the formation. His figure suddenly split into 5 or 6, and walked toward the 5 or 6 weak points of the formation. Then he gathered his origin energy and launched a fierce attack. The originally indestructible defensive formation instantly collapsed. After seeing the formation collapse, the Vermilion Bird army cheered again. The Vermilion Bird King waved his hand and shouted, "Charge!" In an instant, all the armies rushed into the imperial palace. The pro-war faction in the imperial palace mainly relied on this stable formation. If the formation collapsed, they could only rely on their own strength and magic treasures to protect themselves. Facing the locust-like Vermilion Bird army, they felt a sense of sadness and despair. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the White Tiger dynasty's centralized imperial palace was completely taken down. The Vermilion Bird King announced that they had completely conquered the White Tiger planet and that it would be a subsidiary planet of the Vermilion Bird planet in the future. Then he wantonly rewarded those who had contributed. This caused the people of the Vermilion Bird planet to cheer excitedly. Xiaoyang was also officially conferred the title of the emperor's son-in-law. This was announced in public, followed by an imperial edict. This made Xiao linger jealous for a long time. Little Lian was busy with all kinds of administrative matters. She seemed to have become the vice-emperor. The vice-emperor was also the emperor, and they both belonged to the Vermilion Bird Planet. After all, the planet was too big. If they only sent a minister to manage it, it would not be enough. At the very least, they needed someone at the Emperor level to manage it. The Vice-Emperor was very suitable. With the full support of the Vermilion Bird Planet and Little Lien's tireless management, the White Tiger Planet quickly stabilized and everything returned to normal. Xiao Man sighed with emotion when she saw her younger sister working so hard for the Empire. In the end, she made a decision and said to Xiaoyang, "Young master, I think I should stay behind to help Little Lien manage the Empire. She works day and night. How can I bear to see her work so hard?" Xiaoyang understood Xiao Man's thoughts and did not force her. He had already decided to leave the Grey Min realm and return to his hometown, the Flowing Cloud realm. After all, he had come here to find Xiao Man. Now that he had found her, he was satisfied. Chapter 1290. Then he would take Lin Shiyun with him. She was the great-grandmother of the Xiao family, so he would be able to answer to his old master Xiao. The only thing that Xiaoyang was worried about was the Azure Dragon Dynasty and the Qingyun sect. Now that the Blue Underworld was divided into two factions, the Azure Dragon Dynasty and the Sazaka Dynasty would inevitably have conflicts and wars. The Qingyun sect was on the Azure Dragon planet, so he was really worried. Just as Xiaoyang was thinking about this, the Azure Dragon King came to the Suzaku planet again and openly visited the Vermilion Bird King. The Azure Dragon King was really bold. Now was the era of kings. As long as he took the opportunity to kill him, the Vermilion Bird King would be able to unify the Blue Underworld. Therefore, he came alone. This was a very risky thing to do. However, the Azure Dragon King was really bold. He came in unexpected ways. His purpose for coming to the Sazaka dynasty was also very simple. He wanted to sign a non-aggression treaty with the Sazaka dynasty for 100 years. The Vermilion Bird King was very happy to see this, and the Suzaku dynasty agreed to it. Xiaoyang and the Azure Dragon King met again. The Azure Dragon King smiled and said, "Have a safe trip." Xiaoyang said, "See you in 100 years." Just like that, Xiaoyang left the Blue Underworld with Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun. As for Xiao Man and Xiao Lian, Xiaoyang did not personally bid farewell to avoid feeling sad. Although they did not bid farewell, the two princesses of the Sazaka dynasty could still sense Xiao Yang's departure. They could only silently send him off and look at the sky. The Vermilion Bird King was also stunned for a while. In the end, he sighed and stopped thinking about it. Outside the interstellar ferry, the manager of the bank, Qian Wudao, was already waiting there. He originally planned to go to the palace to find Xiaoyang, but he met Qin Pingon. Qian Pingon told him that Xiaoyang was about to leave the Blue Underworld. Therefore, Qian Wudao hurried over. Not long after he arrived, he immediately saw Xiaoyang walking over from afar. A smile appeared on Qian Wujin's face as he walked over and said, "Senior Xiao, you have finally returned from the demon region." Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Shopkeeper Qian, seeing that your face is glowing, you must be doing better and better." Qian Wujin smiled and said, "This is all thanks to you. If not for you, I would still be a small shopkeeper in a remote place. By the way, Senior Xiao, are you planning to leave the Firmament Realm?" Qian Wujin asked with a smile. Xiaoyang said, "I've done what I needed to do in the Blue Min territory, so it's time for me to leave. However, I'll be back. It depends on when." As he spoke, Xiaoyang took out a large number of demon pearls from his storage ring and handed them to Qian Wujin. He said, "Previously you asked me to look for demon pearls. I thought that you would need them, so I collected a lot of them in the demon region. Take them all. In addition, there are some rare materials that I can't use. See if you need them." Qian Wujin stretched out his hand and took the storage ring that Xiaoyang had given him through his cultivation. Then he released his divine sense and checked the resources in the storage ring. He was immediately stunned with one look. He simply couldn't believe it, because there were a large number of demon pearls in the storage ring. These were all good treasures that could only be found by chance. Because they were humans and not demons, they desired demon pearls very much. Not to mention, there were also rare materials that could only be found in the demon region. Those materials may be very common to the demon race, but to the human race they are very rare and scarce. One had to know that not every human had heaven-defying strength like Xiaoyang. Not every human could enter the demon region, and not every human who entered the demon region could come out safely. A human like Xiaoyang, who was respected by demons in the demon region, was 1 in a million. Therefore, this kind of demon region material was very precious and immeasurable. Qian Wujin was so excited that his hands and body were trembling. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was shocked. This surprise came too suddenly, and he almost fainted from happiness. Because he was too happy, tears of excitement flowed out from the corners of his eyes. This is really too precious. Senior Xiao, I want to recommend you to become an honorary elder of the bank. You only have to enjoy the treatment and don't have to do anything. What do you think? I think the elders will definitely agree. Qian Wujin suppressed his excitement and hurriedly invited Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's ability was outstanding and he was powerful. If he joined the bank, there would be no harm in it. Why not? Xiaoyang tactfully declined. Forget about joining the bank. If I can help you, I don't mind helping you. Moreover, these things are not very useful to me. If they were precious materials or rare resources, Xiaoyang would definitely take them first. Qian Wujin only felt a little regretful, but he did not continue to insist. He asked, Senior Xiao, you are our bank's great benefactor. If you have any needs in the future, feel free to find us. Also, are you preparing to go to the Tsangming Peak? According to the information he had, Qian Wujin knew that the Tsangming Peak was in the outer realm. It was between the Tsangming realm and the Flowing Cloud realm. If Xiaoyang returned to the Flowing Cloud realm, he would definitely pass by the Tsangming Peak in the outer realm, unless Xiaoyang directly teleported back. Looking at Xiaoyang's appearance, he was planning to use his physical body to travel through the outer realm. Therefore, Qian Wujin took the liberty to ask. Xiaoyang said, I do have such plans. The Tsangming Peak has a high-grade heavenly flame which suits my needs. If nothing unexpected happens, I will go to the Tsangming Peak. I have to thank you for the information you provided. Of course, if it is too dangerous, I will give up. Qian Wujin smiled and said, I am relieved that Senior Xiao thinks this way. I will not disturb you. Be careful. Xiaoyang nodded and flew out of the Tsangming realm with Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun. They arrived at the outer realm. The outer realm was a vacuum zone. There were all kinds of beasts and monsters in it. There might also be powerful human cultivators. There were all kinds of meteorites, dust, and space dust. After arriving at the outer realm, the demonic qi and spirit qi instantly decreased. There was only endless pressure. This should be the unique power of the outer realm. Xiao Linger frowned. She was struggling to withstand the pressure. Lin Shiyun, on the other hand, was more relaxed. Borrowing this oppressive force to cultivate was an extremely good thing. Xiaoyang also stopped and waited for them. After the two women cultivated for a while, they gradually adapted to the pressure here. They slowly stood up and said with a smile, This outer realm is really terrifying. It actually has a unique pressure. In addition, there were many balls of light in the outer realm, as well as rays of light. They were the reflections of various space dust, meteorites, and other scattered light. It was extremely beautiful. The three of them continued on their way. Chapter 1291. Xiao Linger walked with some difficulty and could only barely keep up because her cultivation was the weakest among the three of them. In fact, she could also enter Xiaoyang's Imperial Heaven Tower and the Cosmos map. That way, she would not have to bear the pressure. However, she refused such good treatment and threatened to refine herself and constantly hone her Tao will. Xiaoyang and Lin Shiyun did not continue to force her. Walking in this outer realm, Xiao Linger was attracted by a seven-colored light. It was an abandoned and incomplete planet. Only half of the planet was left, and the other half seemed to have been bitten by something. Yes, half of the planet was bitten off in one bite. As for the remaining half of the planet, it was completely because the material was very special. All kinds of rare materials seemed to be contained there. Xiaoyang also felt a little strange and directly took the two girls to the abandoned and incomplete planet. After stepping on this planet, the first thing he felt was that the ground here was very loose and not thick. When he stepped on it, it was as if he was stepping on cotton and could not bear the force. At the same time, every step would bring a large amount of smoke and dust, which would then be blown outside the planet and become starry dust. In this abandoned half of the planet, Xiao Yang quickly found a large number of spirit stones. It turned out that this was a spirit stone mine. After getting closer, he could feel the rich spirit qi. In this outer realm without spirit qi and demon qi, he actually found a spirit stone mine. This was an extremely big surprise and also an extremely rare thing. It was like how a Chinese traveler found a water source in the desert. It was indescribably lucky. Wow, it's a spirit stone mine. We're rich, we're rich. Let's hurry up and take the spirit stones. After seeing the spirit stone mine, Xiao Linger was extremely excited. She was so excited that her little face was flushed. She hurriedly used her martial arts to dig out pieces of spirit stones and then stuff them into her storage space. Let's do it. Xiao Yang did not hesitate at all. He softly said to Lin Shiyun and then used his martial arts to take away the spirit stone mine. However, this way it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights to dig. This was a waste of time. After thinking about it, Xiao Yang took out the Imperial Heaven Tower. He planned to refine the spirit stone mine and store it inside the Imperial Heaven Tower. Lin Shiyun and Xiao Linger were also shocked by Xiao Yang's generosity. However, they were also happy to see the spirit stone mine being taken away. Xiao Yang used the artifact refining art and continuously refined the spirit stone mine. The Imperial Heaven Tower floated in the air and spun, releasing light. The huge spirit stone mine was slowly absorbed into the Imperial Heaven Tower. In less than half a day, the entire spirit stone mine was sucked into the Imperial Heaven Tower. Xiao Yang formed seals with his fingers and directly put away the Imperial Heaven Tower. The Imperial Heaven Tower spun on Xiao Yang's palm, emitting an excited hum. It was as if it had just been nourished by a large amount of spirit qi, causing it to glow with vibrant colors. Xiao Yang said, "You can also enter the Imperial Heaven Tower to cultivate. The Imperial Heaven Tower has a unique magnetic field that can temper your Tao intent." Xiao Linger said, "There's no rush. Let's look around first. Who knows, we might find some treasures." Just as they were about to look for other treasures, the damaged planet beneath their feet suddenly shook. Then it collapsed and turned into pieces of land. Huh? How did this happen? Xiao Linger asked in shock. Fortunately, Xiao Yang immediately used his cultivation to hold her back. Otherwise, she would have fallen. Xiao Yang smiled and explained, "The spirit stone mine was probably dug out. So, the damaged planet lost its cohesion and collapsed." Xiao Linger only felt that it was a pity. They hadn't even started to look for other treasures. The 3 of them continued to fly forward. After traveling for half a month, they finally arrived at Songming Peak according to the map that Qian Wujin had given them. Songming Peak was an extremely majestic piece of land. Anyone who looked at it would feel shocked. It was no longer a planet, nor was it round. It was a piece of land that stretched across the void outside the world. There were many monsters walking on the land. There were also beasts and human cultivators. Among them, the most eye-catching thing was the flames on the land. The flames burned more than half of the land. Even the soil was burned red. It was a ghastly sight. Even though they were far away, Xiao Yang and the other 2 could feel a wave of heat. The temperature also increased. Many fire spirits were born in the sea of flames. Some of them were strong, while some were weak. The strong ones were comparable to King Wu. The weak ones were like Martial Master, Martial Ancestor, and Wu Zun. Xiao Yang's mid-level, heavenly fire, suddenly became restless. It was eager to try. In an instant, it came out of Xiao Yang's storage ring and floated in front of Xiao Yang. It stretched out its chubby finger and pointed in the direction of Tsangming Peak. Its meaning was obvious. It wanted to step onto Tsangming Peak. Although the mid-level heavenly fire wanted to go up, it was fearful. At the same time, it was yearning and expectant. Its emotions were a little complicated. If Xiao Yang guessed correctly, the mid-level heavenly fire had sensed the high-level heavenly fire on Tsangming Peak. As long as it merged with or devoured the high-level heavenly fire, it would be able to advance to a high-level heavenly fire. Therefore, it was a little fearful, but also excited and eager. Opportunity and danger existed side by side. If it wanted to advance to a high-level heavenly fire, it would have to pay the price of death. It would either be life or death. Unless the mid-level heavenly fire was willing to wait for millions of years and slowly grow to a high-level heavenly fire. Heavenly fires had the instinct to devour each other. Even if the mid-level heavenly fire grew to a high-level heavenly fire, it would still be sensed and devoured by others of its kind. Therefore, the heavenly fire had the desire to compete and fight from the beginning. Xiao Yang said, "Let's go and take a look at Tsangming Peak." The three of them instantly stepped onto Tsangming Peak. The moment they stepped onto Tsangming Peak, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Xiao Yang also sized them up. The human cultivators' clothes were a little strange. They didn't look like people from the flowing cloud world at all. The martial arts techniques they used were also different from the cultivators of the flowing cloud world. This made Xiao Yang very surprised. Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun also frowned. They were very confused. Lin Shiyun thought for a moment. If she guessed correctly, these people should be descendants of ancient sections. In other words, they were cultivators of the upper level of the flowing cloud world. Upper level of the flowing cloud world? This made Xiao Yang and Xiao Linger's hearts tremble. The flowing cloud world had 3 major realms. They were the lower level, the middle level, and the upper level. Back then, Xiao Yang had climbed up from the lower level to the middle level. As for the upper level, for thousands of years, no one had been able to ascend from the middle level. Therefore, many people of the flowing cloud world gradually ignored the existence of the upper level. They didn't think that there would really be people in the upper level. Moreover, they were descendants of ancient sections. Looking at these people, they were all at least at the Kingwu realm. The highest was actually at the terrifying 5th level of Kingwu realm. Chapter 1292. This made Xiao Yang nervous and fearful all of a sudden. King Wu was a rank 5 cultivator, 2 whole realms higher than him. He could not be underestimated. Moreover, people of the upper realm had always been mysterious. At the very least, there was no news of them in the middle and lower realms. Now that he had met them here, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried. "Let's be careful," Xiao Yang said cautiously, frowning and looking around vigilantly. Then they walked towards a place with fewer people. This attitude was to let the others know that they did not want to provoke anyone. Although they did not want to provoke anyone, others noticed them. Because their clothes did not fit in with the others. They were like 2 different groups. Everyone was very special and could not be birds of a feather. Although they were all people of the flowing cloud realm and were from the same realm, the upper realm had been closed for too long, causing it to almost break off from the middle and lower realms. The 2 sides did not communicate with each other and seemed to be isolated from the world. Therefore, when the upper realm people saw Xiao Yang and the others, they were also surprised. One of the upper realm cultivators hesitated for a moment and immediately flew towards Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, be careful." Xiao Linger hurriedly reminded Xiao Yang in case he fell into the other party's trap. After all, before the 2 sides knew each other, it was necessary to be vigilant and vigilant. "It's okay." Xiao Yang comforted Xiao Linger and then calmly watched the other party arrive. In fact, he also wanted to understand the other party's situation. Fellow Taoist, where are you from? After the King Wu level supreme cultivator arrived in front of Xiaoyang, he cupped his fists and asked gently. Looking at Xiaoyang's puzzled face, he smiled and explained, I am Wu Yang, a descendant disciple of the Flowing Cloud Realm's upper realm Unsetting Sun sect. A descendant disciple of the Unsetting Sun sect? This was the key word. After Xiaoyang, Xiaoling, and Lin Shiyun heard this, their pupils constricted, and they didn't dare believe it, because they also had an inexplicable relationship with the Rising Sun City. Among them, Xiaoyang and Xiaolinger cultivated the cultivation methods of the Never-Setting Sun sect. Lin Shiyun was originally the palace master of the Blue Flow Palace, which was a branch of the Never-Setting Sun sect. Later, after being taught by Xiaolinger, she also began to cultivate the cultivation methods of the Never-Setting Sun sect. It could be said that they were also half of the people of the Never-Setting Sun sect. Therefore, when they met the descendants of the Rising Sun City sect here, their hearts were shaken, and their original vigilance was slightly relaxed. Xiaoyang said, I am Xiaoyang, a mid-level Jigo sect, disciple of the Flowing Cloud World. Although Xiaoyang's previous life was a disciple of the Poison sect, his master was the Poison sect master, and his master's wife was the sect master's wife. Linglong, a low-level sect, was too weak and didn't have much of a reputation. Even if he said it, upper-level people might not know it. Therefore, Xiaoyang said the name of the Jigo sect. After all, the Jigo sect was one of the 3 great mid-level powers. The Poison sect also belonged to the Jigo sect, so it was normal for Xiaoyang to call himself a disciple of the Jigo sect. You're actually from the Flowing Cloud World's mid-level? Wu Yang was clearly shocked. According to what he knew, mid-level cultivators were all unbearably weak. For thousands of years, no one had been able to ascend to the upper level. Now that a mid-level cultivator had actually come to Songming Peak, he found it hard to believe. After all, there weren't many upper-level cultivators who could come to Songming Peak. At the very least, they had to be at least King Wu's level of cultivation. Looking at Xiaolinger, he estimated that she was only at Wu Zun's level 9. Wu Yang stared blankly for a moment, then said, You're really a miracle. If I'm not wrong, the upper level is where the top cultivators are. Many mid-level cultivators hope to ascend to the upper level. After so many years, not a single one of you managed to ascend, so I guess that most of you weren't very strong. I really didn't expect you to come to Songming Peak. Wu Yang pointed at the beasts, monsters, fire spirits, and other upper-level cultivators in the distance. Look at those. The lowest qualification is at King Wu's level. No one who can come to Songming Peak is weak. I think this girl is only at Wu Zun's level 9. So what if I'm at Wu Zun's level 9? You can't come. Xiaoling pouted and retorted. Wu Yang smiled awkwardly and hurriedly explained, No, Fairy, you've misunderstood me. I don't mean to look down on you. I just find it too hard to believe. Xiaoyang asked, Fellow Wu Yang, according to what I know, mid-level cultivators can ascend to the upper level after reaching King Wu's level. Why are there some cultivators who can't ascend after reaching King Wu's level? Wu Yang pondered this question for a moment, then slowly replied, Fellow Xiaoyang, it's a long story. It's related to the demon realm. The demon realm has been coveting our Flowing Cloud realm for a long time now. Currently, most of our upper-level cultivators are defending against the demon realm's attacks. In order to defeat us, the demon realm directly used demonic arts to seal the ascension path from the mid-level to the upper level. Only someone at the level of King Wu's level 3 can break through this demonic art seal. Unfortunately, after so many years, no cultivator has been able to break through the seal and ascend to the upper level. This is why I said that the mid-level cultivators are weak. It had to be known that if the mid-level cultivators were strong enough, they would have broken through the demonic seals long ago. Even someone as outstanding as Xiaoyang was only at the level of King Wu's level 2. Of course, if he relied on his physical body, he could indeed break through the seal and ascend to the upper level. However, he would only be able to do so by himself. Xiaoyang, Lin Shiyin, and Xiao Linger also understood. No wonder no one had been able to ascend for so long. For example, the Jigo sect master, Old Master Xiao, and Arcturus' sect master were all famous powerhouses at the level of King Wu. However, they could only remain at the mid-level and could not ascend. It turned out that the demon realm had used demonic arts to seal the ascension path. Xiao Linger blinked and asked, "Wu Yang, you said that you're a descendant of the Unsetting Sun sect? As far as I know, the Unsetting Sun sect has already fallen." A look of reminiscence appeared on Wu Yang's face. After a moment of grief, he calmly said, "The Unsetting Sun sect is an ancient sect. It has indeed fallen at the hands of the demon realm. We are the descendants and disciples of the Unsetting Sun sect. We have always been upholding the mission of protecting the flowing cloud realm and fighting against the demon realm." At this point, he sighed with emotion and said, "The confrontation between the upper-level cultivators and the demon realm has already lasted for hundreds and thousands of years. Later, they fought to the point where there was no one left. Thus, we upper-level cultivators began to combine with men and women to create a new population, nurture them, and teach them cultivation. Currently, the upper-level cultivators are also living together with saints. However, their overall strength is definitely stronger than the mid-level and low-level cultivators." There was nothing wrong with that. After all, the upper-level cultivators had all ascended from the mid-level. Even if they had new children to nurture, the height and potential of their growth would definitely be stronger than the mid-level cultivators. Chapter 1293. By now, Xiaoyang and the others had a general understanding of the upper realm. In other words, there were high-level cultivators and low-level cultivators in the upper realm. However, those low-level cultivators all had powerful cultivators to guide them in their cultivation. The upper realm cultivators who came to the firmament peak this time were basically the strongest of the strongest. Xiao Linger relaxed a lot, and Lin Shiyin also felt a little more at ease. When they first saw these upper realm cultivators, they thought that they were all at least as strong as King Wu. If that was the case, then it was really too terrifying. After all, the upper realm was very big, and there would definitely be a lot of new people. Who wouldn't be afraid of an army on the level of King Wu if they closed their eyes and imagined it? Xiao Yang asked, "So, Mr. Wu Yang, why have so many of you upper realm cultivators come here?" He came here to upgrade his mid-level heavenly fire. These upper realm cultivators should be fighting with the demon realm, but now they were here. If they didn't have any ulterior motives, they definitely wouldn't have come here to loiter around. Wu Yang didn't hide anything and said, "Not long after the firmament peak appeared, there was a huge commotion. Our upper realm informants found out that a high-level heavenly fire appeared here. So we sent out all of our cultivators in hopes of getting a high-level heavenly fire. Even if we can't get a high-level heavenly fire, it's still worth it to capture a few mid-level heavenly fires. After all, mid-level heavenly fires were quite powerful. The power of the heavenly fire depended on how the user used it. For example, Xiaoyang could now unleash the power of a mid-level heavenly fire to the 7th or 8th level of Wuzun. This was the maximum power of a mid-level heavenly fire. If Xiao Linger used it, she could at most unleash the power of a mid-level heavenly fire to the 1st or 2nd level of Wuzun. This was the difference between the user and the user. Moreover, this type of heavenly fire could still grow. Its potential was huge, and its future was limitless. The power of a high-level heavenly fire was even more incredible. Just the power of a high-level heavenly fire was comparable to that of a 5th-level King Wu. This was just the starting power. Even if Xiaoyang could find a high-level heavenly fire, he might not be able to obtain one. He could only try his luck. Xiaoyang said, "Then I wish you success in finding the heavenly flame." Seeing that Xiaoyang and the others were about to leave, Wu Yang hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, why don't we form a team? I, Wu Yang, am very powerful. I might even be able to protect you. Xiao Linger, Lin Shiyin, and Xiaoyang looked at Wu Yang suspiciously. It was obvious at a glance that Wu Yang was only at the level of King Wu. There were many cultivators more powerful than him. How could he have the face to say that he was powerful and that he could protect others? Wu Yang blushed and felt awkward under their stares. In fact, don't look at him as a King Wu level powerhouse. He seemed very powerful, but among the many descendants of the Rising Sun City sect, he was the worst. This was the reason why no one wanted to team up with him, and he didn't dare to rashly go to the Tsangming Peak alone. So when he saw Xiaoyang and Lin Shiyin, who were at the same level, he immediately had an idea. Having one more companion was equivalent to having one more life. Moreover, they were all cultivators of the flowing cloud realm, so they should help each other. Besides, the purpose of Wu Yang and the other upper-level cultivators to capture the heavenly fire was to resist the demon realm. The heavenly fire was an item of extreme yang and was the nemesis of the demon realm. It would definitely be able to heavily injure them. This was the reason why so many upper-level cultivators came to the Tsangming Peak. Let's go. According to my understanding, there is an array formation passage there. We can teleport to the flame area. Wu Yang said with a smile as he pulled Xiaoyang towards the array formation passageway. At the same time, he took out a fireproof magic treasure and said with a smile, "This is a fire-repelling pearl. It can protect you from the burning power of the flames. Come, one for each of us. This is exclusive to us upper-level cultivators." Xiaoyang and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the face of Wu Yang's enthusiasm, they could only accept the fire-repelling pearl. Although this kind of magic treasure was very common in the upper-level cultivators, it was almost impossible to find it in the mid-level cultivators. Io, junior brother Wu Yang, you've found a new teammate. Congratulations. Who's so unlucky to be willing to team up with you? An excited shout could be heard. He looked over and saw a tall and sturdy man smiling as he spoke. Wu Yang's face darkened. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Go away, senior brother Zhao Hong, don't tease me. Maybe I will find the heavenly fire before you. If you chase away my teammate, I will fight you to the death." Zhao Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "All right, junior brother Wu Yang, work hard." Then he waved at the few disciples who were skilled and said, "Let's go." They laughed and walked over, glancing at Wu Yang mockingly. At the same time, they also felt that Xiaoyang, Lin Shiyin, and Xiao Linger's clothes were strange. After taking a few more glances, they also walked over. Although they felt that Xiaoyang and the others were a little unfamiliar, they didn't ask much. After all, the upper-level cultivators were not small, and there were many people. There were also countless sects and factions, so it was normal that they didn't know them. Xiao Ling teased, "Wu Yang, look at their attitude towards you. It's completely different from what you said. They're all trash to the point where no one wants to team up with you. This is embarrassing." Being teased by Xiao Ling like this, Wu Yang's face flushed red again. He hurriedly explained, "Don't listen to them. I'm hiding my strength and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In short, it's definitely not wrong to team up with me." He was really worried that the teammates that he had found with great difficulty would run away. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "All right, let's go. Also, are there any other sects in the upper-level cultivators besides the never-setting sun sect?" Wu Yang let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as Xiaoyang and the others didn't leave. As he walked, he explained, "There are only two largest sects in the upper-level cultivators. One is the never-setting sun sect, which is also called the extreme yang sect. The other is the Dark Night Holy Land. The Dark Night Holy Land is also formed by the disciples and descendants of ancient sections. In short, there are many sects in the upper-level cultivators, and there is competition between them. It's just that with the demon realm at the front, even if there is competition, there is no life and death. At most, it will be a face-slapping, The most important thing is to see who can kill the most in the war with the demon realm. Xiaoyang understood and asked, "What is your attitude toward the mid-level cultivators?" Wu Yang was surprised for a moment. He looked at Xiaoyang and then smiled. "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, what are you worried about? Don't worry, we upper-level cultivators can't wait for mid-level cultivators to come up. In the war with the demon realm, hundreds and thousands of people will die every minute. We upper-level cultivators won't be able to hold on. Besides, we upper-level cultivators are also protecting the flowing cloud realm." After Xiaoyang heard his explanation, he immediately felt relieved. Chapter 1294. If a midstream cultivator broke through the seal and ascended to the upperstream realm, they would definitely be poached by the various large sects. This was because they had lost too much in the war with the demon realm, and they desperately needed more people. As such, cultivators who ascended would be treated quite well. Xiaoyang pondered. After returning to the flowing cloud realm, he would use his physical strength to break through the seal. This way, the midstream King Wu cultivators would be able to ascend to the upper stream realm. "Let's go, hurry up and catch up. If senior apprentice, brother Zhaohong, and the others find it first, we won't be able to get anything." Wu Yang urged from the front, feeling a bit anxious and worried. This was because Zhaohong and the others had a better team. Whether it was individual strength or the overall strength of the team, they were far superior to them, so he had to hurry. Xiaoyang and the others quickly followed. Because of the fire warding pearl, the surrounding flames were unable to harm them. Of course, these flames were only at the edge and not at the center of the flame area. The flames at the center were terrifying, and the temperature was extremely high. Even Stage 2 King Wu cultivators rarely dared to enter. Because Xiao Linger was only Stage 9 Wu Zun, she was under the greatest pressure and was the slowest, so she slowed down a bit. Wu Yang did not say much about this. After entering the periphery of the flame area, they could feel the heat of the surrounding air. Even with the fire aegis beads, they could not withstand the high temperature. Their bodies were burning and sweating. They had no choice but to circulate their cultivation and create a defensive light shield to isolate themselves from the burning and scorching heat of the flames. However, this would cause them to use up a lot of their spirit force, and they would not be able to hold on for long. If they only had half of their spirit force left, even if they found the heavenly fire, they would not be able to continue. This made Wu Yang more and more anxious, and his face was filled with anxiety. Even he had used up a lot of his spirit force, and he could not conserve it at all. Because of the high temperature and powerful flames around them, if he reduced his spirit force output, the defensive light barrier would weaken, and the high temperature of the flames would seep in, making them feel very uncomfortable. This flame is really vicious. Wu Yang, who was at the front of the group, couldn't help but grumble. He frowned as he looked at the endless sea of flames. The flames were extremely tall, even taller than a person. All he could see was fire and smoke. If it weren't for the fact that cultivators had spiritual sense, they wouldn't be able to tell the direction at all. It was very likely that they would get lost in the sea of flames. He turned around and glanced at Xiaoyang and the others, worried that they might not be able to withstand the high temperature and flames. He was immediately dumbfounded. It turned out that in the entire team he was the one with the most difficulty and the most difficulty. Even Xiaolinger, who had the weakest cultivation, was walking more easily than him. This was because Xiaolinger had summoned a quasi-heaven grade magic treasure, the mysterious Amber Shield. Coupled with the Fire Aegis Pearl, she was barely able to adapt to the environment here. Lin Shiyan also had a magic treasure, which was a Tsanglio Great Hall. Under her control, the Tsanglio Great Hall isolated most of the flames, allowing her to walk without too much difficulty. As for Xiaoyang, it was even easier for him. He simply used the Imperial Heaven Tower. The Imperial Heaven Tower could be used for both offense and defense, so it was not difficult for it to deal with mere flames. You guys, Wu Yang, who was the most difficult to walk, could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He almost cursed out loud. *CK, so you guys are all so rich. I was worried that you guys couldn't take it. He could not help but complain. This was because he was the most uncomfortable at the moment, and he still had to bear the pressure of being the vanguard. Xiao Yang said with concern, "Fellow Taoist Wu Yang, I still have a few magic treasures here. If you don't like them, I'll lend them to you first." When he went to the demon realm previously, he had collected a lot of good materials and also obtained a lot of magic treasures. In addition, that guy Qian Wujin was deeply grateful, so he also obtained a lot of magic treasures from Qian Wujin's gifts. However, those magic treasures were not very top grade, so Xiao Yang did not like them and threw them into his storage ring. If Wu Yang needed them, he did not mind doing him a favor. Wu Yang did not want to be outdone by them. He was from the upper realm after all, and he was a disciple of the extreme Yang sect, one of the two major forces in the upper realm. If he could not even compare to a cultivator at the middle realm, wouldn't he lose face? Wu Yang immediately rejected Xiao Yang and said stubbornly, "I didn't take out my trump card just now. I just wanted to temper my Tao intent. As a disciple of the extreme Yang sect in the upper realm, how can I not have a magic treasure?" Then he took out a flying sword from his storage ring and released Sword Qi and Sword Light in an attempt to isolate the burning flames. Needless to say, after using the Dharma treasure, he felt a lot cooler. This made Wu Yang feel a little proud. However, this way his spirit power was consumed even faster. In less than half a cup of tea's time, his pitiful cultivation was only left with 20%. This made him feel very miserable. He looked dejected. In this hot flame area, if one did not have the support of spirit power, they would be burned into ashes in minutes. Wu Yang had the thought of retreating. When he turned around to look at Xiao Yang and the others, he found that all of them still had 90% of their cultivation. This made Wu Yang simply dare not believe it, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Thus, for the sake of face, he immediately took out a spirit recovery pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. After swallowing the pill, his spirit power was instantly replenished and recovered to 80%. This allowed him to be proud in front of Xiao Yang and the others, and he raised his head and puffed out his chest to open the path and lead the way. However, his heart was in pain, as if it was dripping blood. That was a spirit recovery pill, which was rare even in the upper realm. He had spent a lot of money to buy it. Now that he had to use it like this, his heart ached. This caused Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun to laugh endlessly in their hearts when they saw this. Xiao Yang couldn't bear to watch anymore, and kindly said, "Mr. Wu Yang, how about I lead the way? This way, you can save some spirit power." The reason why Xiao Yang, Xiao Linger, and Lin Shiyun could still maintain so much spirit power was because Xiao Yang summoned the intermediate heavenly fire and created a new flame area. In addition, the intermediate heavenly fire was controlled by Xiao Yang's consciousness, so the three of them were walking on flat ground. After hearing Xiao Yang's words, Wu Yang hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and said, "I, Wu Yang, said that I will protect you. Following me is definitely the right thing to do. So how can I let you lead the way? Just follow me." For the sake of face, he forced himself to hold on. But in fact, he had already scolded himself more than 10 times in his heart. He thought regretfully, "I can't hold on anymore. Why am I still so stubborn?" It's rare for others to be willing to withstand the pressure. Chapter 1295. With him bracing himself, the group of people went deeper into the forest. This made Wu Yang even more uncomfortable. He almost lost control of his flying sword. The light on the sword flickered and dimmed a lot. It could be destroyed at any time. His spiritual power was once again consumed by 80%, leaving him with only 20% left. Under such circumstances, he no longer dared to harden his neck and charge forward. He only had one spirit recovery pill on him. If he didn't quickly leave this flame area, he would exhaust his spiritual power and be burned to death. Wu Yang looked back at them again and saw that they were walking very easily. They didn't even sweat. He was surprised and asked, Xiaoyang, why are you walking so easily? Because the intermediate heavenly fire seemed to have merged with the surrounding flames. Wu Yang couldn't distinguish it. After Xiaoyang heard this, he smiled and explained, It's very simple. I happen to have an intermediate heavenly fire. I just let the intermediate heavenly fire spread out and enveloped us. This way, the flames outside can't hurt us. As he spoke, Xiaoyang formed a seal. Then, the intermediate heavenly fire instantly separated from the surrounding flames and condensed into a ball of flame, suspended in Xiaoyang's palm. Even if the intermediate heavenly fire was withdrawn in a short time, the surrounding flames didn't immediately counterattack. This was because the majesty and will of the intermediate heavenly fire was still there. What? You actually have an intermediate heavenly fire? Wu Yang was shocked when he saw the heavenly fire in Xiaoyang's hand. He was so shocked that he jumped up in disbelief. They came here with great difficulty to find heavenly fire, but they didn't expect to have an intermediate heavenly fire in their hands. This was so infuriating. Xiaoyang smiled modestly and explained, I got it by luck. This intermediate heavenly fire has been with me for a long time. I came to Songming Peak to see if I can upgrade the heavenly fire's level. For example, I can upgrade it to an advanced heavenly fire. Hiss! Wu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He was completely shocked by Xiaoyang's dream. Once it was upgraded to an advanced heavenly fire, it would be equivalent to a powerful fifth-rank existence like King Wu. Wasn't Xiaoyang worried that he couldn't control it? If the high-grade heavenly fire backfired on its master, it would be a very dangerous thing. Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, I don't want to criticize you, but I think you should know the power of a high-level heavenly flame. Maybe it's not something you can control. I, Wu Yang, am here to subdue a middle-level heavenly flame. As for a high-level heavenly flame, I don't even dare to think about it. Wu Yang had suffered such a huge blow that he didn't even look like a human anymore. Xiaoyang said, Fellow cultivator Wu, don't worry. When I subdued this middle-level heavenly fire, my cultivation was not even at the martial arts Grandmaster realm. I think you should know how powerful a middle-level heavenly fire is. Its greatest power is comparable to Wu Zun's rank 7 or 8. Hiss! Aye. You! Wu Yang was so shocked that his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what to say. After holding it in for a long time, he finally shouted out, You're a monster, a miracle. Therefore, he didn't say anything more about Xiaoyang's thoughts. Aya. Suddenly he cried out in pain. Because his cultivation was completely exhausted, his flying sword fell down, and his fire-repelling pearl lost its effect, causing his skin to be burned by the flames. He cried out in pain. Xiaoyang reacted quickly. He hurriedly manipulated the middle-level heavenly flame to create a flame-safe zone that enveloped everyone. When the flames outside encountered the middle-level heavenly flame, they thought it was of the same kind, so they didn't continue to burn. Wu Yang, Xiaolinger, and the others were finally able to catch their breath. Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, if I knew you had such a useful middle-level heavenly flame, I wouldn't have stolen your limelight. You're really too much. Why didn't you take out the good stuff when you had it? Wu Yang hurriedly extinguished the flames on his trousers and immediately complained to Xiaoyang. In fact, he was also shocked. They, the upper-level powerhouses, came to this dangerous place to look for heavenly flames. In the end, Xiaoyang, who was only at the mid-level, already had a middle-level heavenly flame. This was too much of a blow to them. Xiaoling pouted and placed her hands on her waist as she said, Hey, Wu Yang, my cousin has asked you many times if you need help. You're the one who refused to admit it, so who's to blame? Wu Yang's face turned red, and he immediately laughed awkwardly. It's all in the past. Why mention him? I'd better hurry up and recover my spiritual power. He didn't have any spiritual power left. If it weren't for Xiaoyang's timely help, he would have been burned to ashes. He was too shocked just now and forgot to leave the flame area causing his spiritual power to be exhausted. He took out spirit stones from his storage ring, and then crazily absorbed and refined them. In an instant, he consumed thousands of spirit stones, and only then did his spiritual power recover to 50%. He opened his eyes and became much more confident. Because he had spiritual power in his body, it always made him feel more at ease. Wu Yang said, "Fellow Xiaoyang, according to the information I received before, there should be a middle-level heavenly flame nearby. Let's look for it." For their current cultivation, if they found a middle-level heavenly flame, it wouldn't be difficult to subdue it. Only if they encountered a high-level heavenly flame would it be a difficult problem. Xiaoyang released his divine sense, which covered a radius of 100,000 feet, but he didn't find any trace of a middle-level heavenly flame. In addition, he also controlled the middle-level heavenly flame and let it release its fire consciousness. He sensed a little, but he still couldn't feel the existence of a middle-level heavenly flame. After a long time, Xiaoyang opened his eyes and replied, "Fellow Wu, you might be wrong. There's no middle-level heavenly flame within 100,000 feet. What? Impossible." After Wu Yang heard this news, he almost exploded and jumped up on the spot. Because when he bought this information, he also paid a lot of money. Those guys shouldn't be deceiving him. It was also at this moment that a light flashed in his storage ring. This meant that someone had sent a message. Wu Yang was surprised and hurriedly took out a communication jade slip from his storage ring. He saw a congratulatory message from the Extreme Yang sect. "Congratulations to our sect's disciple, Zhaohong, for being the first to obtain a middle-level heavenly flame." Wu Yang immediately flew into a rage. His veins bulged as he roared, "F***, this Zhaohong stole my middle-level heavenly flame. No wonder there's no middle-level heavenly flame nearby. I'm so angry." When they first arrived at the firmament peak, they divided the flames into several regions. Among them, the region Wu Yang was in was the yellow-level region. After shouting for a while, Wu Yang hung his head dejectedly and disheartened. It was also at this moment that the middle-level heavenly flame suddenly emitted a strong fluctuation and quickly headed in the direction of the yellow-level region. Chapter 1296. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and ordered, "Follow him." He took the lead, and Wu Yang, Xiaolinger, and Lin Shiyun followed behind. If an outsider looked at them, they would be able to see that they were all enveloped by the fireball. The fireball was constantly rolling forward, and Xiaoyang and the others who were inside the fireball were not affected by the flames. Wow, this is great. So great. The intermediate heavenly flame is a good thing. With it, we can roam freely in the flame area. After running for a while, Wu Yang praised happily, unable to contain his joy. If they could walk freely in the flame area, it would be much easier to find intermediate heavenly fire. At least it would be better than those who relied on magic treasures for defense. Because using magic treasures for defense and cultivation for defense consumed too much spiritual power, not many people could bear it, and not many people could persist for a long time. After walking to the profound level area, Wu Yang noticed that many teams were here. However, most of them were at the end of their road. They only had 10 to 20% of their spiritual power left. Except for a few who could persist with the spirit recovery pill, most of them left the flame area one after another. Wu Yang also saw many of his fellow disciples, but he didn't have time to greet them. Because the intermediate heavenly fire had not stopped running, after running in the profound level area for a while, it immediately went to the earth level area. In fact, the flames in each area were about the same. The reason why they were divided into areas was to make it easier to identify the direction and position, so as to avoid getting lost inside. After reaching the earth level area, there were a lot fewer cultivators. Only a few teams were looking for intermediate heavenly fire. Looking at them, it seemed that they could not hold on any longer. In addition to the problem of not having much spiritual power left, they also encountered the attacks of fire spirits. Fire spirits were native creatures of Songming Peak. Because of the years of burning flames, after accumulating to a certain extent, some of the flames would mutate and have some spiritual intelligence, giving birth to fire spirits. There were strong and weak fire spirits. The newly born fire spirits were very weak, like the martial disciples of human cultivators. The tyrannical fire spirits were also at the level of King Wu's second stage. They would not appear easily and would only control many fire spirits to harass and invade human cultivators. Fellow Daoist Xiao, that's my senior sister Xiaomin. You can't leave her in the lurch. Wu Yang shouted at Xiao Yang anxiously when he saw that Zhao Min's team was about to be wiped out. Senior sister Zhao Min had helped him a lot in the past. Although he couldn't form a team with her this time, he couldn't be ungrateful. Besides, everyone was from the same sect, so they should take care of each other. Xiao Yang released his divine sense and immediately saw Zhao Min and the others being attacked by a large number of fire spirits. Other than that, there were also some unknown exotic beasts and monsters not far away that were eyeing them. At this moment, Zhao Min and the others had also reached the point of exhaustion. Their spiritual energy was almost depleted, and they could not even maintain the group defensive light shield. Xiao Linger exclaimed, "Look, what are those creatures? It looks so scary." Wu Yang explained, "Those are the fire spirits that emit light and heat. There are strong and weak fire spirits, but there are many of them. Those black ones are strange beasts. I don't know what they are called. In short, their attack power is also very terrifying. Then there are those gray monsters. In short, they are very strange and very powerful. Looking at their appearance, they are planning to be the oriole behind the mantis, stalking the cicada. They want to thoroughly devour senior sister Zhao Min and the others." Lin Shiyun said, "So, if we save Zhao Min and the others, then we will attract the attention of all the fire spirits, exotic beasts, and monsters. Their hatred will be transferred to us." Wu Yang's expression froze. He didn't know what to say. Although Zhao Min was his senior sister, and those few were also his fellow disciples, they had nothing to do with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't have to take the risk to save them. If he forced Xiao Yang, he was afraid that it would be a bit too much. "Fellow Daoist Xiao Yang, I can't watch senior sister die, so I will leave now." Wu Yang hesitated for a moment and immediately made a choice. Although he couldn't beg Xiao Yang to save them, he could protect senior sister Zhao Min with his life. After Wu Yang said this, he immediately took out the fire-repelling pearl and flying sword and cast layers of defense. In an instant, he rushed out of the range of the intermediate heavenly fire and rushed madly toward Zhao Min's team. Zhao Min obviously also saw Wu Yang. She was stunned for a moment and hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Wu Yang, don't come over. Go, don't worry about us." She also knew that she was going to die. Just the fire spirits in front of them were extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention that there were various exotic beasts and monsters eyeing covetously from behind. Even if Wu Yang came, it couldn't change the outcome of their death. It would only implicate Wu Yang. It was better to let Wu Yang continue to leave with Xiao Yang. At least he could save his life. Seeing that Xiao Yang and the others could control the intermediate heavenly fire, they were obviously not weak. "Senior sister, you once helped me. How can I abandon you?" Wu Yang shouted. When the fire spirits discovered Wu Yang, who was alone, they immediately sent out a group of fire spirits to attack Wu Yang. At the same time, several exotic beasts let out roars and instantly charged at Wu Yang to tear him apart. Those monsters' eyes were also overflowing with green light as they hurriedly rushed over. F***CK. When Wu Yang saw this, he suddenly stopped and turned pale with fright. He couldn't help but curse angrily. Then he didn't dare to rush over. He immediately turned around and ran back to Xiao Yang and the others. Xiao Yang sent out a thought and controlled the intermediate heavenly fire to move toward Zhao Min and the others in an instant. After arriving in front of Zhao Min, Xiao Yang took out the Imperial Heaven Tower and directly suppressed the fire spirits around them. In an instant, many fire spirits were destroyed. Then Xiaoyang summoned Flamingo and said, "Flamingo, use your flames of nihility to create a circle to prevent those exotic beasts and monsters from attacking." One had to know that the flames of nihility were quite powerful. There was nothing it couldn't burn, even the void. Once touched, it would only stop after being burned to death. It was very difficult to deal with. Flamingo screamed and immediately spat out a long tongue of fire from its mouth, surrounding Zhao Min and the others. Zhao Min and the others had originally gotten rid of the fire spirits and thought that they could breathe a sigh of relief. However, before they could relax, many exotic beasts and monsters that were eyeing them covetously immediately launched an attack. The strength and momentum of the attack were not inferior to the fire spirits. They were immediately frightened. Seeing that they were about to be eaten by the exotic beasts and monsters, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. However, in the next moment, they saw a long tongue of fire sweeping over and protecting them. The exotic beasts and monsters instantly stopped a few steps away from the tongue of fire. Chapter 1297. They seemed to be very afraid of the flames and did not dare to get close. They could only roar unwillingly. "Divine Dragon, take them away from the flame district. Fiery Bird, you're in charge of escorting them. Don't let them die here." Xiaoyang summoned the primordial divine dragon and instructed it to let the two pet beasts go. The divine dragon let out a dragon roar and released a terrifying dragon aura. Flames burned all over his body, so the sea of fire in the flame district did not affect him at all. The divine dragon was proficient in the 4 elements of water, fire, wind, and cloud. This was the basic operation. He swept up Zhao Min and the others and immediately soared into the sky. After circling twice in the sky, he flew toward the non-flame district. Fiery Bird was not idle either. Its speed was not slow, and it immediately followed. Originally, the strange beasts, monsters, and fire spirits wanted to launch a final attack as they were unwilling to let their prey go. However, when they saw Fiery Bird spitting out flames again, they were all stopped. In the end, they could only watch as the divine dragon flew away with Zhao Min and the others. Then, all kinds of roars came from the flame district. The anger and hatred of the fire spirits, strange beasts, and monsters were transferred to Xiaoyang, Wu Yang, Xiaolinger, and Lin Shiyun. They knew very well that it was Xiaoyang and the others who caused trouble. Otherwise, Zhao Min and the others would have become their meal. Since Zhao Min and the others had escaped, they would use Xiaoyang and the others to fill their stomachs. "Brother Wu Yang, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and run." Xiaoyang urged and ran with the mid-level heavenly fire again. He did not want to waste time here, nor did he want to fight with these fire spirits, strange beasts, and monsters. Not to mention that these monsters, fire spirits, and strange beasts were endless. Even if he won, there was no reward. Why should he ask for trouble? After Wu Yang heard the urging, he immediately recovered from the shock and ran after them. He was really shocked just now. He did not expect Xiaoyang to be so awesome. First, he revealed his mid-level heavenly fire. Then, he revealed the heavenly imperial tower, a heaven-level high-grade Dharma treasure. Even Wu Yang, a wealthy upper-level resident, did not have such a Dharma treasure. Not to mention that Xiaoyang still had the primordial divine dragon and the fiery bird as his pet beast. The divine dragon's strength was beyond doubt. The fiery bird's flames of nihility were even more impressive. It could actually intimidate so many strange beasts and monsters. Only the heavens knew how many trump cards Xiaoyang still had. The more he thought about it, the more Wu Yang realized how terrifying Xiaoyang was. Wu Yang suddenly couldn't help but say, "Boss Xiaoyang, take me in as your underling. I'm willing to follow you." He was truly amazed by Xiaoyang. Even if he followed Xiaoyang and could only drink a mouthful of soup, it was still more precious than eating meat himself. Xiaolinger and Lin Shiyun laughed out loud. They covered their mouths and snickered. Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Yang was too shameless. He was an upper-level cultivator after all. Could he not care about his image and face? Songming Peak, non-flame area. After Zhao Min and the others were rescued by the divine dragon, many upper-level powerhouses widened their eyes in shock. They were dumbfounded as they watched. They all thought that Zhao Min and the others were dead for sure. They did not expect the primordial divine dragon and the fiery bird to rescue them. What the hell were the primordial divine dragon and the fiery bird that suddenly appeared? Why had they not seen them before? However, it had to be said that these two divine beasts were extraordinarily powerful. They could intimidate so many strange beasts and monsters. Many powerhouses wanted to negotiate with the primordial divine dragon and the fiery bird to subdue them. However, before they could even approach them, the primordial divine dragon and the fiery bird immediately turned around and left. They returned to the flame area. This made the powerhouses who wanted to take advantage of them feel embarrassed. They felt embarrassed in front of so many people. The leaders of the various sects began to count the number of people. After careful calculation, they found that the disciples and descendants of the never-setting sun sect had not lost at all. On the contrary, the Dark Night Holy Land, the Lunar Sect, the Supreme Mystery Sect, and other sects had lost many elite powerhouses. This made the Extreme Yang Sect's team leader smile with relief and let out a sigh. Now, only Wu Yang, who was still in the flame area, was left. After Zhao Min and the others were rescued, they looked in the direction of the flame area in a daze. If Xiao Yang and Wu Yang had not saved them before, they would have been buried in the sea of fire. They did not even know Xiao Yang's name now. They made up their minds to wait for Xiao Yang and the others to come out so that they could thank them properly, especially Wu Yang, who had the lowest cultivation base. Although he was not very strong, his loyalty was really good. At least, Zhao Min and the others had a higher opinion of him. Flame area. Xiao Yang, Wu Yang, Xiaolinger, and Lin Shiyun relied on the protection of the intermediate heavenly fire to rush all the way, trying to get rid of the many fire spirits, exotic beasts, and monsters. They ran directly from the earth-level area to the heaven-level area. Even so, they still could not get rid of these potential enemies. This made Wu Yang tremble with fear and uneasiness. Fortunately, the primordial celestial dragon and fiery bird returned to Xiao Yang's side after rescuing the people. With them around, those exotic beasts and monsters did not dare to chase after them. They could only follow from afar, eyeing them covetously. In this heaven-level area, there were 3 intermediate heavenly fires devouring at the moment. One of the instincts of heavenly fires was to devour. As long as they devoured enough of their own kind, they could level up. It was no wonder that Xiao Yang's intermediate heavenly fire would rush here desperately. At this moment, Xiao Yang and the others were quietly hundreds of feet away. They did not rashly intervene and just chose to watch. In Xiao Yang's words, they should sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits with their left hand. The intermediate heavenly fire also understood Xiao Yang's meaning. It suppressed its trembling heart and temporarily stabilized here. Xiao Yang asked, "Xiao Hua, if you devour those 3 heavenly fires, can you advance to a high-grade heavenly fire?" Xiao Hua was also a little uncertain, but he still had to try. Even if it could not break through to a high-grade heavenly fire, its power would at least double. In this way, even if it saw a high-grade heavenly fire, it would have the strength to fight. As for Wu Yang, Xiaolinger, and Lin Shiyun, they were dumbfounded when they saw the 3 heavenly fires appear at the same time. They searched for the heavenly fire in the sea of fire for a long time, but they did not even see a single hair. Now, 3 balls of heavenly fire appeared without any warning. Moreover, these 3 balls of heavenly fire were fighting with each other, devouring and fusing with each other, which shocked them. Wu Yang was envious because his purpose of coming here was for the intermediate heavenly fire. It was a pity that he did not dare to snatch it from Xiao Yang. One had to know that whether it was his life, his senior sister Zhao Min, and the others' lives, they were all saved by Xiao Yang. He could not repay kindness with ingratitude. Besides, he was not a match for Xiaoyang and the others. He did not want to court death. Chapter 1298. The confrontation between the three intermediate heavenly flames was gradually coming to an end. The flames in their location were extremely intense, and the light and temperature of the flames were incomparable to those in other areas. Xiaoyang saw the opportunity and shouted, "Xiaohua, take advantage of this opportunity to attack quickly. Quick!" Following Xiaoyang's reminder, Xiaohua instantly rushed out and directly pounced on the three injured and weakened heavenly flames. The powerful flames he released immediately enveloped them, and then crazily devoured and digested them. At the same time, Xiaoyang did not stay idle. He immediately made a move. Forming a seal with both hands, he used the mind-refining art and the mind-dream traceless art. These two techniques were spiritual attack techniques that specialized in attacking the spiritual level. His divine sense was released like an ocean, crazily sweeping out and instantly attacking the consciousness of the three heavenly flames. When the three heavenly flames saw Xiaohua, the fourth heavenly flame, appear, they were stunned for a moment, then fear and anger, because when they were devouring each other, Xiaohua was actually the aureole behind. It was really too hateful. Looking at Xiaohua's posture, he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Therefore, they frantically counterattacked. The three heavenly flames joined forces to resist Xiaohua's devouring. But just as they were about to form a defense, a tyrannical divine sense instantly scattered their consciousness, causing them to be momentarily blank. When they quickly recovered their consciousness, more than half of their flames had already been devoured by Xiaohua. Xiaohua suddenly became incomparably strong and immediately accelerated his devouring speed. No matter how unwilling the three half-damaged intermediate heavenly flames were, they could not take any effective countermeasures now. They could only watch as their bodies were continuously devoured and melted, becoming a part of the other party. This made them extremely regretful. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua had completely devoured the three heavenly flames. After he finished digesting them, his power instantly rose to the level of a quasi-high-grade heavenly flame. He was half a step away from a true high-grade heavenly flame. Even so, his power was comparable to King Wu's fourth stage. The aura and pressure he released made people's expressions change greatly. Wu Yang's face turned pale from fright. Fear appeared in his eyes. When he saw Xiaohua happily walking towards him, he could not help but take 2 steps back. He was really worried that Xiaohua would accidentally burn him to ashes. With the identity of a quasi-high-grade heaven flame, Xiaohua seemed to be able to control the surrounding flames and fire spirits. In just a short while, he made these flames and fire spirits retreat by 30 meters, leaving no flames or fire spirits within 30 meters. This greatly reduced the pressure on Xiaolinger, Wu Yang, and Lin Shiyan. Just now, when Xiaohua and Xiaoyang went out to fight, they relied on their own cultivation and magic treasures to resist the high temperature and burning of the flames, so their consumption was extremely great. Fortunately, Little Fire and Xiaoyang won very quickly. Otherwise, they would have to ponder if they should leave the flame area in advance. Xiaohua, you are very good. However, you are still half a step away from becoming a high-level heavenly flame. It seems that we still need to find a high-level heavenly flame. You have to be prepared for battle. Xiaoyang instructed. Xiaohua hurriedly nodded, indicating that he understood. After that, he turned into a fireball and enveloped Xiaoyang, Wu Yang, and the others. This was a better defense against the surrounding flames and fire spirits. As for the primordial divine dragon and flamingo, they followed above Xiaoyang's head, guarding against the sneak attacks of those exotic beasts and monsters. Wu Yang looked at Xiaohua and was simply envious to death. This was a quasi-high-grade heavenly flame, a powerful existence comparable to King Wu's fourth stage. One had to know that among this group of experts, the highest cultivation was only King Wu's fifth stage. At the same time, he was also very shocked. He was shocked at the tacit understanding and cooperation between Xiaoyang and Xiaohua. The two of them were like comrades who had fought for many years. As long as they had a thought, they would immediately know each other's thoughts. If Xiaoyang did not help just now, it was very likely that he would be restrained by the 3 balls of mid-grade heavenly flames just by relying on the efforts of his mid-grade heavenly flame. As for the 2 sets of spiritual-type offensive martial skills that Xiaoyang displayed, Wu Yang was also very envious. Even he had not cultivated any spiritual-type martial skills until now. One had to know that flames did not have a physical body, only a ball of light. It was unrealistic to want to attack it physically. The only way was to attack it on the spiritual level. If these 2 sets of spiritual-type martial skills were used to deal with the demon clan, it would simply be beneficial. Because the demon clan was best at spiritual-type attacks, many upper-level cultivators had suffered a lot. It was a pity that Wu Yang could not be thick-skinned enough to ask for it. One had to know that if he also had such a top-grade martial skill, he might not hand it over. Because everyone had their own selfish motives, and they were not saints. Let's go and continue to look. Xiaoyang shouted softly, and the group continued to go deeper into the center of the flame area. Look, there's a ball of mid-grade heavenly flame over there. After walking for a while, Wu Yang immediately noticed that the situation there was different, and could not help but shout excitedly. But before he could make a move, Xiaohua immediately pounced and instantly destroyed the ball of mid-grade heavenly flame, turning it into his own nourishment, which made him much stronger. Wu Yang was simply dumbfounded. His face was full of depression, but he did not dare to criticize him. Just like that, along the way, all the mid-grade heavenly flames that they encountered were successively devoured by Xiaohua. Xiaohua was now a quasi-high-level heavenly flame, so it was naturally not a problem for him to deal with the intermediate-level heavenly flame. After careful calculation, Xiaohua should have devoured 20 to 30 balls of intermediate-level heavenly flame, which caused Wu Yang to feel pain in his heart, because intermediate-level heavenly flame was also quite rare, and he had lost 20 to 30 balls in an instant, causing him to almost vomit blood. But he also knew that even if Xiaohua did not devour them, he would not be able to get them with his own ability, so there was nothing he could do about it. Rather than leaving them here, it would be better for Xiaohua to devour them. In the future, if Xiaohua ascended to the upper realm one day, he would definitely be an expert in fighting against the Devil Clan. After Xiaohua devoured enough mid-grade heavenly flames, they were no longer of much use to him. Even if he continued to devour them, there would be no effect, so Xiaohua stopped devouring. When they found another mid-grade heavenly flame, Xiaoyang said, "Brother Wu Yang, you've worked hard all the way. That mid-grade heavenly flame is yours. Do you want me to help you get it?" Wu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "What? You're giving it to me? Is this true? That's great. Brother Xiaoyang, you're my brother from now on. I love you to death." Needless to say, he was very excited, because his dream and ambition here was to obtain a mid-grade heavenly flame. He thought that he had no chance and could only look at it, but now Xiaoyang suddenly gave it up, which made him extremely excited. "I'll go and collect the mid-grade heavenly flame now." After Wu Yang expressed his gratitude, he immediately walked out of Xiaohua's range. Chapter 1299. He immediately dashed towards the intermediate heavenly fire. Because this intermediate heavenly fire was destined to belong to him, he did not intend to rely on others. He only wanted to capture it himself. As soon as he walked out of Xiaohua's range, he felt the extremely high temperature around him and a strong burning sensation. Wu Yang hurriedly cast a defensive light shield. At the same time, he took out his flying sword and controlled it to release rays of sword light and sword chi to protect himself. "Intermediate heavenly fire, you are mine from now on. Follow me, and I can promote you to an advanced heavenly fire like Brother Xiaoyang." From a distance, Wu Yang shouted at the green intermediate heavenly fire seed. However, The green intermediate heavenly fire seed did not pay attention to him at all. Instead, after hearing the noise, it controlled a flame tongue and swept it towards Wu Yang. Ouch, damn it. When Wu Yang saw the flame tongue attack, he immediately knew that it was the intermediate heavenly fire's doing. He could not help but curse. The maximum power of the intermediate heavenly fire seed was comparable to that of Wu Zun's rank 7 or rank 8. Now that Wu Yang was in the King Wu realm, he was not afraid of these flame attacks. How should he put it? The flame attack could not hurt him at all. However, if it lasted for a long time, then a cultivator in the King Wu realm would not be able to defeat the intermediate heavenly fire seed. He would definitely be exhausted to death here. Little guy, how dare you attack me? Take this. Wu Yang roared and immediately rushed forward against the attack of the flame tongue. The power of the flame tongue only blocked Wu Yang for a moment. Wu Yang immediately broke through the blockade of the flame tongue and quickly arrived in front of the intermediate heavenly fire seed. Then he controlled his flying sword to launch an attack. Sword Qi and Sword Light swept out and wreaked havoc in all directions, directly injuring the intermediate heavenly fire seed. When the intermediate heavenly fire seed saw that the situation was not good, it immediately wanted to escape. In this flame area, even if it could not defeat it, it could still escape, right? If it hid anywhere, they would find it. Without spending some time and effort, they would not be able to find it. Oh, you want to run? Not a chance. After Wu Yang saw the movement of the intermediate heavenly flame, his face changed. If he let the intermediate heavenly flame escape, he would definitely vomit blood. This was the intermediate heavenly flame that he had reserved, and it was also allowed by Xiaoyang. Before he went out to battle, he had said that he did not need help. If he could not capture the intermediate heavenly flame, it would be too embarrassing. 4 sword walls seal. The flying sword issued a buzzing sound and released a tyrannical sword light. Each sword light was more than 100 feet long and 10 feet high. Suddenly, the sword light formed a quadrilateral space around the Star City and blocked the path of the middle-level heaven flame. This made Wu Yang feel a little proud. Fortunately, he had blocked the mid-grade heavenly flame. Otherwise, it would have been really embarrassing. Mid-level heavenly flame, hurry up and submit to me. Don't worry, I'll really treat you well. Trust me, okay? Wu Yang hurriedly persuaded him to surrender, and then took out the fire spirit pill from his storage ring. This was a kind of temptation for the intermediate heavenly fire. This was because the fire spirit pill contained rich fire energy and spiritual energy. It was a combination of fire energy and spiritual energy. As long as the intermediate heavenly flame took it, it could slowly increase its power. When the intermediate heavenly flame saw the fire spirit pill, he immediately hesitated. However, after thinking about it, he felt that this human was definitely not a good thing. Otherwise, why would he be injured? Then he desperately wanted to escape. Unfortunately, he could not escape from the 4 sword walls. Even so, Wu Yang also felt the pressure. This was because he had wasted a lot of spiritual energy just now, and his remaining spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Now, there was only 10% left. Whether it was blocking the flame attack, moving faster to approach the intermediate heavenly flame, or attacking and intercepting the intermediate heavenly flame, all of these required spiritual energy consumption. In short, in a place like the flame area, spiritual energy was constantly consumed. A monster like Xiaoyang, who had a quasi-advanced heavenly flame, was an exception. Xiao Linger saw Wu Yang's predicament and could not help but tease him. Wu Yang, can you do it? If you can't, I'll snatch it. Anyway, you can't catch it. When Wu Yang heard this, he immediately had a toothache. This intermediate heavenly flame was his, and no one was allowed to snatch it. Otherwise, he would have to risk his life. He immediately braced himself and said, "Don't look down on me. Let me tell you, I still have a lot of tricks that I haven't used. I'm ruthless. Don't snatch it from me." He was really worried that the intermediate heavenly flame would really be snatched away. Although Xiao was not very interested in the intermediate heavenly flame, it was hard to guarantee that she would not capture it for fun. After Wu Yang shouted this tough sentence, he immediately regretted it. Because he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, he knew that he could not continue to delay. Otherwise, he would be played to death by the intermediate heavenly flame. A dignified King Wu realm cultivator being played to death by an intermediate heavenly flame that was comparable to Wu Zun's 7th or 8th level. If this news spread, he would go down in infamy for thousands of years. Wu Yang could not afford this. Sword Qi oppression. Wu Yang made up his mind to go all out. After a roar, the flying sword immediately released an even stronger and sharper sword Qi. It pressed down on the intermediate heavenly flame, constantly shrinking its space of movement. The intermediate heavenly flame was forced to jump up and down, anxious and uneasy. Wu Yang's spiritual energy was also rapidly depleted. If this continued, the two of them would definitely perish together. Intermediate heavenly flame. Are you convinced? Wu Yang held back his last breath and shouted. At this moment, he was already attacking with all his strength, but he still could not take down the intermediate heavenly flame. He could only continue to put pressure on the intermediate heavenly flame. The intermediate heavenly flame was also at the end of its road. If it continued to be penetrated by the sword Qi and sword Qi, it would definitely be exhausted to death. The flame on its body had also become much dimmer and could be extinguished at any time. Both of them had stubborn tempers. It seemed like they wanted to perish together, a life and death struggle. Lin Shiyun couldn't help but frown as she watched. Xiaoling curled her lips and said, "Fellow Taoist Wu Yang, even if you've captured the intermediate heavenly flame, wouldn't the intermediate heavenly flame still belong to someone else once you're dead? Why are you courting death like this?" Because Wu Yang was attacking with all his strength, now he was holding his breath, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. When he heard Xiaolinger's words, he felt that it was very reasonable. However, he had no other choice now. Once he relaxed, the intermediate heavenly flame would run away. He would also be distressed and regret it. Forget it. Xiaohua, help him. Seeing Wu Yang like this, Xiaoyang could not help but frown and ordered Xiaohua. Xiaohua had now been promoted to a quasi-advanced heavenly flame. Dealing with the intermediate heavenly flame was a piece of cake for it. His flame instantly spread over and enveloped Wu Yang and the intermediate heavenly flame. Then he released his thought and said, "Intermediate heavenly flame, surrender." Chapter 1300. The intermediate heavenly fire did not hesitate at all. After sensing the might and will of a higher level, it immediately chose to submit. It gave up all resistance and gave up the idea of running away. Right now, he was already at the end of his rope, running out of ammunition and food. It was very likely that he would perish together with Wu Yang, not to mention the sudden appearance of a quasi-advanced heavenly flame. The result was that he would most likely die, but Wu Yang might not. Therefore, the situation was immediately clear. The advantages and disadvantages of both sides were right there. The intermediate heavenly fire could not be presumptuous unless it would rather die than surrender. Very few people would rather die than surrender because it was not easy for them to have spiritual intelligence. At this moment, Wu Yang had also exhausted his spiritual qi. He sat on the ground dejectedly, looking at the surroundings that were already covered by Xiaohua. He felt a little lucky and sighed. Xiaohua is still the best to me. The flying sword automatically flew back to his side and instantly entered his storage ring. The dying intermediate heavenly fire's kindling that was almost extinguished slowly floated over and stopped in front of Wu Yang. Wu Yang looked at the green heavenly fire and could not help but grin. He was both excited and satisfied. "Little guy, you're still mine in the end. I almost lost my life in vain. You're really stubborn. You have the same stubborn temper as me." Then he stretched out his hand and held the intermediate heavenly fire. The intermediate heavenly fire did not resist and quietly floated. This was completely because of Xiaohu's suppression and will. It had no choice. Otherwise, it would have burned Wu Yang to death. Even if it was forced to submit to Wu Yang, it was still somewhat unwilling. It released its will and said, "Fire, spiritual pill." Wu Yang immediately captured the intermediate heavenly fire's will. He hurriedly took out the fire spiritual pill from his storage ring and proudly gave it to the intermediate heavenly fire. The intermediate heavenly fire condensed a flaming arm and snatched the fire spiritual pill from Wu Yang's hand. Then it stuffed it into its kindling. From the outside, it looked as if it had been eaten in one bite. When the intermediate heavenly fire swallowed the fire spiritual pill, its originally dim flame instantly brightened up. It also recovered some vitality. Then it automatically released a layer of flames and condensed into a fireball that enveloped Wu Yang. This was a kind of protection for Wu Yang. Wu Yang suddenly felt warmth in his heart. "Anne, I didn't dote on you for nothing. We'll fight together in the future. Don't worry, I'll treat you well." However, the intermediate heavenly flame did not react at all. Only when Wu Yang took out the fire spirit pill again did the intermediate heavenly flame respond. In this way, they could be considered to have tacitly acknowledged each other. It's really not easy. Wu Yang sighed inwardly. However, at least his efforts were not in vain. There were quite a few upper-level powerhouses who had come to Firmament Peak, but it was likely that only a few of them would be able to obtain an intermediate-level heavenly flame. As for an advanced-level heavenly flame, there was no need to even mention it. Apart from King Wu, who had a chance of reaching Tier 5, no one else had a chance. Therefore, the fact that Wu Yang was able to capture this intermediate heavenly flame was definitely the pride of the sect, and he would definitely be listed as one of the great contributors, receiving the respect and worship of many senior and junior brothers. One had to know that he, Wu Yang, was the weakest in this group of experts. Even the senior and junior brothers of the sect were not willing to team up with him. However, he was the one who obtained the mid-level heavenly flame. This would definitely make those senior and junior brothers envious and jealous. Wu Yang knew that this was all thanks to Xiao Yang's help. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he would not have been able to survive here, let alone capture the heavenly flame. "Brother Xiaoyang, thank you. Let me tell you, I have some status and family property in the upper level. When you come to the upper level, I'll give you everything. I can even give you myself, but not this heavenly flame. Anyway, you already have a higher level heavenly flame." Wu Yang thanked Xiao Yang gratefully. Xiao Yang smiled but did not say anything. Xiao Linger pouted. "Shameless. My cousin's orientation is very normal. Don't lead him astray." Lin Shiyun covered her mouth and snickered. After they walked for a while, Xiao Yang sensed movement in the non-flame area. He immediately stopped and said, "Wu Yang, you've obtained the intermediate heavenly flame. Go out first. Your senior and junior brothers from the same sect are coming in to look for you." "What?" Wu Yang was shocked. Those who had entered the flame area knew how dangerous it was. If they came in again, they would definitely be in danger. He hurriedly released his divine sense and saw that Zhao Min and the others were threatening to fly in to look for him. This made Wu Yang hesitate. Xiao Yang had helped him too much. If he left just like that, would he not be loyal enough? Would he disappoint Xiao Yang? If he did not leave, Zhao Min and the others would come in, and they would be in danger. Xiao Yang seemed to have seen through Wu Yang's thoughts and said, "It's fine as long as you remember the promise you made earlier. Besides that, don't think of ways to squander away all your family's assets after you return to the upper realm. They're all mine." Wu Yang grinned and said, "I won't. I'm not that kind of treacherous person. I'll think of ways to enrich my family fortune. I'll wait for you to come up. Intermediate heavenly flame, let's go." Wu Yang shouted. Wrapped in the intermediate heavenly flame, he flew on his sword and instantly flew into the air. He then landed in the non-flame area. "Look, it's junior brother Wu Yang." Junior brother Wu Yang. He's out. Don't go in. When Zhao Min and the others saw Wu Yang fly out on his sword, they were all excited and overjoyed. They were brothers and sisters and had a deep friendship. Occasionally, they would tease each other to make life more interesting. Not to mention that Wu Yang had risked his life to save Zhao Min and the others. When the brothers found out about this, they admired Wu Yang even more. Wow, junior brother Wu Yang, what's the flame on your body? Zhao Hong noticed the layer of flame on Wu Yang at a glance because he had also obtained an intermediate heavenly flame in the yellow level area. This is an intermediate heavenly flame. Wow! Junior brother Wu Yang also obtained an intermediate heavenly flame. This is incredible. What? How is this possible? Junior brother Wu Yang's luck is unbelievable. Zhao Hong, Zhao Min, and the others smiled. The Stage 2 and Stage 3 brothers of King Wu were so angry that they vomited blood. They almost jumped up and cursed. They had suffered a lot in the flame area. They didn't even find anything. Even if they found something, they couldn't take it. In the end, they were forced to fly out after exhausting their spiritual power. It was hard to imagine that Wu Yang, who had the weakest cultivation, could stay in there for so long and even obtain an intermediate heavenly flame. Even the leader of the team this time looked at him with gratification and affirmation in his eyes. He said, "Wu Yang, you did well." "Haha, I was lucky." Wu Yang hurriedly cupped his fists and responded humbly. However, his expression was full of pride. Chapter 1301. This gave others a feeling of wanting to beat him up. Even Zhao Min couldn't help but want to beat him up. She chided, "Stop showing off." Zhao Hong and the other senior brothers walked up and teased, "Junior brother Wu Yang, your combat strength will definitely increase exponentially after obtaining a mid-level heavenly fire. So, let's find some time to train." Wu Yang's expression changed immediately. He hurriedly said, No, senior brother is still senior brother. How can I be your opponent?" Then, he didn't dare to show his smug expression. He was worried that these senior brothers would really ask him to train. It was better to have fun secretly so that he wouldn't be taught a lesson. After Zhao Hong and the other senior brothers left, the leader said slowly, "Since you're all here, let's return to the sect. We'll come again next time." This time, they had already tried their best. They had obtained what they should have obtained. If they couldn't obtain it, then they couldn't obtain it. They could only sum up their experience and strive to obtain heavenly fire next time. Zhao Hong, Wu Yang, Zhao Min, and the others had no objections. They all agreed and stepped onto the flying ship. Wu Yang stood at the stern of the ship and stared in the direction of the Songming Peak in a daze. He knew that Xiao Yang, Xiao Linger, and Lin Shiyun were still searching for high-level heavenly fires. He prayed that they were fine and hoped that he could meet them in the upper realm one day. At this moment, Zhao Min walked over and asked softly, "Wu Yang, who are those people? Hurry up and introduce him to me. He's my savior after all." Wu Yang grinned again and said with a smile, "They're all mid-level cultivators." "What, mid-level cultivators?" Zhao Min couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. It had been a long time since a mid-level cultivator had ascended. How could there be such powerful cultivators who were even more powerful than them? Wu Yang narrowed his eyes and pondered. "I can feel the aura of the never-setting sun sect from them. I think they should have obtained the inheritance of the never-setting sun sect. Of course, this is just my guess. You also saw that primordial divine dragon. Although it's not as strong as it was at its peak, it looks almost no different from the divine beast of the never-setting sun sect." Zhao Min could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and squint her eyes. Wu Yang's words almost overturned her worldview. However, she could only find out the truth in the future. Now that they had returned to the upper realm, it would be a long time before they would meet again. Songming Peak, Flame District. Xiao Yang and the others searched for 2 or 3 days, but they did not find any trace of the high-level heavenly flame. They did encounter quite a number of mid-grade heavenly flames, but those mid-grade heavenly flames were basically taken away. Among them, Xiaolinger and Lin Shiyun had also obtained one each. They were having a lot of fun. It turned out that having an intermediate heavenly flame was such a fun thing. He will protect you and help you attack your enemies. Xiao Hua, did you really not sense the high-grade heavenly fire? Xiao Yang asked with a frown. If he still could not find high-level heavenly flame, he would want to give up. Xiao Hua shook its head. In the past few days, they had walked around the flame district, but they had not seen the so-called high-grade heavenly flame. Perhaps it was because they weren't fated. After all, everything was about fate and luck. When the opportunity had not arrived, it was useless to force it. Just as they were about to leave, there was a huge tremor in front of them. The boundless sea of fire instantly rose to a height of 10,000 feet, and the majestic and terrifying flames burned out of the Tsangming Peak. Half of the continent on the Tsangming Peak was not affected by the flames, but with this sudden tremor, that half of the continent was instantly filled with boundless flames. Other than that, the void outside the Tsangming Peak was also filled with shocking flames. Looking from afar, one could see that the Tsangming Peak was surrounded by raging flames. It was like a sun lying across the void of the universe. Xiaolinger and Lin Shiyun were shocked by the sudden tremor. The aura was too powerful, as if it was the might of a great natural disaster, and no one could stop it. Only Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and focused on the front of the sea of fire. This was because a figure of fire was gradually condensing there. If he guessed correctly, it should be a high-grade heavenly fire. After searching for so long, the high-grade heavenly fire had finally appeared. However, the high-grade heavenly fire was so powerful that it was comparable to King Wu's rank 5. Was Xiao Yang confident that he could take it down? Xiao, who seemed to have overestimated his ambition and courage. Before the high-grade heavenly fire appeared, he had always wanted to find a high-grade heavenly fire to devour it so that he could evolve. However, when the high-grade heavenly fire appeared in front of him, other than fear and trembling, he no longer had the so-called courage and ambition. It was as if all flames, beginner heavenly fire, intermediate heavenly fire, fire spirit, and other fire attributes had to submit to the high-grade heavenly fire. Xiao Yang could not help but frown, and his heart was heavy. This matter seemed to be a little tricky. Xiaolinger and Lin Shiyun had long lost the courage to fight. This was the power of a high-grade heavenly fire, and it was not to be blasphemed. Xiao Yang knew his own strength. Even if he unleashed all his strength, he would not be a match for the high-grade heavenly fire. He might even have to make a huge sacrifice. This was something that he did not want to face. Therefore, he said, "Slowly, Xiaohua, give up. You've already lost. Find another chance next time." Xiao, who did not refute. Yes, the moment the high-grade heavenly fire appeared, he knew that he had lost. Even if he had been promoted to a quasi-high-grade heavenly fire, he would not be a match for the high-grade heavenly fire. He would only be devoured by the high-grade heavenly fire. Roar. A loud roar was heard. The roar was majestic without being angry. The sound waves were like a tsunami, and it was majestic. Then, the figure of a huge beast appeared in front of the Tsangming Peak. It looked as if two continents were confronting each other. This was because they were outside the realm, and it was an endless void. The Tsangming Peak was a continent, and the figure of the beast was as majestic and vast as the continent. Wow, what a huge beast! What is this thing? When Xiaoling saw that huge wild beast, she was completely stunned. She didn't dare to believe it. Even Lin Shiyun narrowed her eyes. Her pupils contracted, and her expression was solemn. It was obviously an existence that was beyond their level. Xiao Yang was not afraid. After all, when he was the eternal poison lord in his previous life, he had seen everything. He knew what the giant starry sky beast was. It was called the Void Devourer. In his previous life, this giant starry sky beast was called the Void Devourer. However, in this era, he did not know what others called it. Xiao Yang explained, "This is the Void Devourer. It can devour everything. The more it devours, the faster it grows. It is a powerful existence that devours everything. Looking at its age and size, it is probably still in its infancy. Judging from its aura, it is comparable to King Wu's rank 5 Almighty." Chapter 1302. He must have sensed the aura of the high-level heavenly flame and wanted to devour it. Xiao Yang explained, "Roar." The Void Devourer roared again. The sound waves were loud and swept across the area, setting off a large area of flames. The high-level heavenly flame formed a huge figure that floated above the firmament peak and slapped the Void Devourer with its palm. The huge palm formed by the flames was at least 1,000,000 feet tall, and it covered the sky. It looked like a small planet had crashed into the Void Devourer. Bang! The huge flaming palm slapped the Void Devourer's body, causing the Void Devourer to tremble. However, the Void Devourer's physical body was so strong that he did not even take a step back. Instead, he was enraged as if he had been provoked. He roared even louder and released an even more terrifying sound wave. Following the roar, more than half of the flames on the firmament peak were extinguished. After the flames were extinguished, thick smoke spread out. The high-level heavenly flame was furious. He waved his hand, and the area that had been extinguished was reignited. Then he controlled the entire firmament peak to crash into the Void Devourer. The huge firmament peak flew in the void at an astonishing speed. It was like a ball of red flowing light as it crashed into the Void Devourer's huge body. There was a loud boom. Whether it was the Void Village or the firmament peak itself, both trembled several times. Many pieces of land fell from the firmament peak. Those pieces of land left the firmament land and floated in the boundless void. Xiao Yang, Xiao Linger, and Lin Shuryan were standing in the firmament peak's flaming area. After the entire firmament peak was shaken, they were also affected and almost lost their footing. "Oh my, is it an earthquake?" Xiao Linger was the weakest among the three of them. She almost fell to the ground from the tremors. She could not help but exclaim. Xiao Yang and Lin Shuryan reacted quickly. They hurriedly reached out and supported her. The two of them did not speak as they felt a huge pressure. There was danger everywhere. Although the Void Devourer and the high-level heavenly flame were not the targets of the battle, there was a saying, "When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer." It was very likely that they would be affected. "I think we should retreat first and sneak away." After Xiao Linger calmed down, she released her spiritual consciousness and became aware of what had happened. It was the ground beneath their feet that collided with Void Swallow. Void Swallow couldn't withstand the huge impact and was pushed back dozens of feet. However, with his strong physical body, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Instead, it provoked him further, causing his eyes to become bloodshot and even more furious. Roar! Void Swallow roared again. After releasing a terrifying sound wave, his 4 legs immediately kicked over, and the sound of iron hooves could be heard in the void. In the blink of an eye, the Void Devourer, which was the size of a planet, arrived in front of Tsang Mingding. Rumble! A loud noise was heard. The blue underworld peak trembled even more violently. Many mountains collapsed, and huge rocks and soil tumbled down. Countless cracks appeared on the blue underworld peak, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. 2/3 of the flames covering the firmament peak were extinguished. It was obvious that Void Swallow's attack had caused great damage to the high-level heavenly fire. The high-level heavenly fire let out a sharp sound and immediately spewed out a string of flames towards Void Swallow. It looked like it was going to barbecue Void Swallow. "Let's go! It'll be too late if we don't leave now. At this level, it's not something we can catch." Xiao Yang immediately unleashed his cultivation and left with Xiao Linger and Lin Shuryan. with the middle-level heavenly fire as a cover. The two giants didn't notice them. In fact, even if they did, it wouldn't matter as they couldn't be distracted. It wasn't until they turned into a ray of light and left Song Mingding that they attracted the attention of the high-level heavenly fire and void swallow. However, they only glanced at them and didn't take them seriously. Immediately after, they continued their astonishing battle, causing the entire space to tremble. Even though they were extremely far away, they could still feel the astonishing fluctuations. The battle between Void Swallow and the high-level heavenly fire became fiercer and fiercer. Everything within 10,000 feet of them was destroyed. When Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun saw this, they were terrified. Fortunately, they left quickly. Otherwise, they would have died. Xiao Yang immediately recorded the battle through his spiritual stone. Although it was useless to him, it could give others a sense of shock and encourage them to work hard in their cultivation. Xiao Hua, who had been promoted to a quasi-high-level heavenly fire, reluctantly retracted his consciousness and instantly disappeared into Xiao Yang's storage ring. He had completely given up on the idea of looking for the high-level heavenly fire. "Cousin, should we continue to wait? If both of them are severely injured and fight to the death, we might still have a chance." After Xiao Linger confirmed that they were safe, she started to have other thoughts. Xiao Yang said, "Let's wait and see. However, don't get your hopes up too high. A battle between giants of this level won't end easily. Even if you can't win, running away shouldn't be a problem." The three of them waited quietly in the safe area and watched the battle between Void Swallow and the high-level heavenly fire. After waiting for a while, they immediately sensed that there was a fluctuation coming from further away. The three of them couldn't help but feel nervous. Xiao Yang frowned and said, "Be careful, there's movement." Then he immediately used the invisibility art to hide himself, Lin Shiyun and Xiao Linger. They quietly hid behind a large meteorite. "Cousin, what's that?" Xiao Linger looked around and saw that the direction of the movement was filled with black qi, like a group of dark clouds slowly approaching. Xiao Yang's eyesight was stronger than theirs. At a glance, he saw two figures in the thick, dark clouds. The two figures were full of demonic qi, and the so-called dark clouds were summoned by their demonic qi. Xiao Yang said, "It's the demon race." "Demon race?" When Xiao Linger heard this sentence, her eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Lin Shiyun also felt a little incredulous. Although she heard Wu Yang mention the demon realm before, wasn't there an upper-level powerhouse supporting it? How did the demon realm creatures come here? Xiao Yang seemed to have seen through her doubts and explained in a soft voice, "Don't forget, this is Firmament Peak and not the flowing cloud world. This place belongs to the outside world, so it's understandable for creatures from the devil world to appear here. Don't talk, be careful not to be discovered by them. The demon race creatures are not easy to deal with." Xiao Yang said vigilantly. Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun were a little nervous and kept silent. Chapter 1303. After the two demons appeared, they had no intention of hiding their presence and aura. Instead, they openly flew towards the Void Devourer and High-Grade Skyfire. From afar, the Void Devourer and High-Grade Skyfire's Cangming Peak looked like two huge planets colliding with each other. From time to time, there would be loud, rumbling noises. One of them had a monstrous flame that wreaked havoc in the void. The other had a monstrous sound that spread across a radius of 10,000 miles. Even the planets and meteorites that were 10,000 miles away could not help but tremble. When the two demons saw this shocking scene, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The more they watched, the more excited they became. A bloodthirsty light flowed in their eyes. The demon realm had always been warlike. The more powerful the opponent, the more excited they would be. However, they also knew that they were no match for the Void Devourer and High-Grade Skyfire at this moment. Therefore, they could only stand far away and watch. Although they maintained a spectating state and did not join in the battle, they hid like Xiao Yang and appeared to be in the open. After watching for a short while, another giant strange beast slowly appeared in the endless void. This strange beast was comparable to a fourth-order martial king realm expert, and it slowly approached Huang Xiaolong. It noticed the Void Devourer and high-grade Skyfire, as well as the two demons. However, it was fearless. It stood tens of thousands of feet away from the battlefield and calmly watched the two demons fight. The two demons also noticed the appearance of the mutated beast and could not help but frown. Demonic chi churned. Demon No Return said, "No Return, do you want to kill that one first so that he won't snatch it from us?" No Return frowned and said, "There's no need. High-grade Skyfire and Void Devourer are fighting in the outer realm. It will definitely attract more void monsters. It's better to preserve our strength first so that others can take advantage of us." The two devilish lords glanced at the huge beast spectating from the sidelines and remained silent. Xiao Yang and the others who were hiding in a crater also noticed the huge mutated beast that had just appeared. Xiao Linger asked, "Cousin, what is that?" Xiao Yang said, "If I'm not wrong, it's also a Void Devourer. Although it looks different, its aura is very similar. It's probably the same race as this great Void Devourer." Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun couldn't help but gasp. There are other Void Devourers. Think about it, a clan with thousands upon thousands of members, each of them having the terrifying strength of a level 4 or 5 Kingwu. Who could be their opponent? Xiao Yang smiled and explained softly, "Don't worry. Although the Void Devourers are powerful, there aren't many of them." Xiao Linger heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Shiyun asked, "Xiao Yang, those two monsters are right there. Should we take this opportunity to take them down?" Xiao Yang had already noticed the two demons and said indifferently, "The war between the demon realm and the upper flow region is just Wu Yang's words. So I still have my doubts. Also, these two demons are not weak, so it won't be easy to take them down. It's very likely that both sides will suffer heavy losses. At that time, the lesser Void Devourers will be able to take them down in one fell swoop." After waiting for a while longer, a tyrannical aura appeared from all directions. There were demons, beasts, ghosts, and living beings. There were even divine dragons roaming about. Xiao Yang frowned and said solemnly, "It seems that there are many powerhouses who are eyeing the high-grade Skyfire and the Void Devourers." Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun also sensed the tyrannical aura, and their faces turned pale. This was because the weakest of the creatures that came were Kingwu level 4 powerhouses. Xiao Yang's current cultivation was only Kingwu level 2, and his physical body was only at Kingwu level 3. He was definitely at a disadvantage. "Looks like it won't be easy this time." Xiao Yang sighed and said, "Let's continue watching. If there's a chance, let's go. If not, then forget it. You won't be able to participate in the next battle, so you should enter my Imperial Heaven Tower to avoid getting hurt." Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun nodded and turned into light spots, instantly entering Xiao Yang's Imperial Heaven Tower. The battle between the high-grade Skyfire and the Void Devourers was majestic and large-scale, and the battle lasted for a long time. After all, at this level, it was unrealistic to expect the battle to end easily. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, the Void Devourers and the high-grade Skyfire constantly clashed, causing all matter, dust, planets, meteorites, and land within a radius of 10,000 feet to be swept away. Their battle positions were not fixed either. Sometimes they would teleport tens of thousands of miles away, and even powerful bystanders who could not dodge in time would be affected. After half a month, the commotion and momentum of their battle had clearly weakened. By the looks of it, they had all reached a stage of weakness. Many of the spectating powerhouses were eager to give it a try, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Even Xiao Yang was somewhat eager and expectant. The high-grade Skyfire was a good thing, and so was the Void Devourer. Think about it, if you could obtain a Void Devourer as a pet, that would be awesome. It was a Void-level monster, and just one of it could provoke a great world and attack a planet. Xiao Yang counted carefully. There were at least 100 spectating powerhouses, and the lowest cultivation was King Wu's stage 3. The lowest cultivation before was King Wu's stage 4, because there were many who came later. Roar! The lesser Void Devourer roared. When the high-grade Skyfire and the greater Void Devourer were both in a weakened state, it immediately rushed out and went straight for the high-grade Skyfire. Just as Xiaoyang had guessed, the King Wu's stage for lesser Void Devourer and King Wu's stage 5 greater Void Devourer were of the same race. It was understandable that they were of the same race. The high-grade Skyfire was extremely angry. The Songming Peak that he controlled was now only half a continent, and the flames were extremely dim. Seeing that the lesser Void Devourer dared to provoke him, a stage 5 powerhouse of King Wu, he casually released a series of bright flame tongues that swept across. The lesser Void Devourer hurriedly dodged and kept moving around the high-grade Skyfire, looking for an opportunity to pounce. Although its body was huge like a small continent, it was very agile when it moved around. One had to know that the space here was limitless, and it was the land outside the realm, the endless void. After the greater Void Devourer saw that it was of the same race, its morale was greatly boosted. It roared and charged at the high-grade Skyfire with all its might. The original one-on-one situation suddenly turned into a two-on-one situation. The high-grade Skyfire was extremely angry, but he could only barely resist. This caused his strength to weaken further. Because he had been fighting for half a month, the greater Void Devourer had also weakened a lot. It was only with the help of the lesser Void Devourer that he could handle it with ease. The high-grade Skyfire was forced back step by step and was in a difficult situation. Chapter 1304. Many demon race, beast race, ghost race, divine dragon race, and devil races' eyes lit up. They were itching to make a move because they could see that the high-level heavenly flame was about to fall. After all, it was the joint attack of 2 Void Devourers. These powerful beings might not be able to defeat the 2 Void Devourers, but capturing the weakened high-level heavenly fire should not be a problem. Little fire, maybe your chance has come, Xiaoyang mumbled. Xiao's head popped out, and he looked around. His expression immediately became excited, but Xiaoyang could still see that he was terrified. He was like a complex entity. While he was excited and eager, he was also nervous and uneasy. Although the high-level heavenly fire's power had been weakened, it was still a high-level heavenly fire. Its level and realm were obvious. It was not easy to subdue. There were many powerful beings around. King Wu had 50 Tier 3 masters. King Wu had 30 Tier 4 masters, and King Wu had 20 Tier 5 masters. This was a terrifying force that could not be ignored. A sword ray suddenly streaked across the sky. Then, 2 figures suddenly descended. Xiaoyang looked at them and felt that they were familiar. Weren't they the 2 upper-level masters who had led the team before? Xiaoyang sighed in relief. The presence of humans, at least, increased his confidence. Now that there were many foreign races, the humans should help each other. This was the big picture. Tai Fei frowned and said, I didn't expect such a huge commotion to happen right after we left Songming Peak. Tai Fengjue, the leader of the first peak of the Extreme Yang Martial School, said the advanced sky flame was hidden too well, and we couldn't find it. After this, Void Devourer appeared. It couldn't wait to show up and devour the other. It seems like we don't know who will devour who. Look, there are demons here. It's lawless and no return. Tai Fei immediately saw the 2 demons. Tai Fengjue also narrowed his eyes. He said, I didn't expect those 2 demons to come too. Should we take care of them first? Tai Fei hesitated for a moment and said, Everyone's strength is on the same level, so it won't be easy to take them down. Just look at the battle between the high-grade heavenly flame and the Void Devourer. In addition, there are also the big shots from the Yao race, the beast race, the divine dragon race, and the ghost race here. None of them are easy to deal with. If the 2 of us are careless and fall here, the situation in the upper realm will be grim. Tai Fengjue also agreed with this logic and maintained his silence. The 2 demons also noticed Tai Fei and Taifengjue, because they had fought against each other before. This time they remained silent, as they didn't want to fight against the humans here. They didn't want to give the other races an opportunity to take advantage of them. Look, the high-grade heavenly flame can't hold on any longer, someone exclaimed, and everyone's eyes immediately gathered on the high-grade heavenly fire. The two void devourers had smashed the high-level sky fire into pieces. All the external flames had been extinguished. Only the golden fire seed was still glowing. The fire seed was sentient and knew that it was no match for the two void devourers, so it immediately fled in one direction. Roar! Roar! When the two void devourers saw that the high-level heavenly flame was about to escape, they immediately chased after it. At the same time, many other powerful figures who were watching from the sidelines also chased after it and directly tried to snatch the high-level heavenly flame. Some powerful figures blocked the high-level heavenly flame's path, while others used powerful martial techniques to envelop the high-level heavenly flame. There were also powerful figures who laughed and used magic treasures to take away the high-level heavenly flame. There were many more. When the two void devourers saw that many powerful figures were trying to snatch the high-level heavenly flame, they were instantly enraged. They directly launched fierce attacks at those powerful figures, and even let out angry roars. The sound waves were earth-shattering and crashed onto those powerful figures' bodies and magic treasures, directly breaking through their magic treasures and defensive light shields. Then they arrogantly declared their strength, saying that the high-level heavenly flame only belonged to them. After all, they had worked hard to defeat the high-level heavenly flame, so it should be theirs. After the high-level heavenly flame broke free, it quickly fled again. Many powerful figures did not give up because of the threat of the void devourers. After all, everyone's level was about the same, so they were not necessarily afraid of the void devourers. In everyone's sight, the high-level heavenly flame flew directly towards the crater where Xiaoyang was hiding. When it swept across the sky, it lit up the night sky, and many starry dust could be seen clearly. The two void devourers were the closest to it, and they were only 100 feet away from the high-level heavenly flame. Many powerful figures behind them were gradually closing the distance between the two sides. Xiaoyang, who was hiding in the crater, almost jumped up and scolded because it seemed that he had become the public enemy. He was just hiding here, waiting for an opportunity. If there was no opportunity, he would not have tried to be brave. However, he did not expect the high-level heavenly flame, the void devourers, and many powerful figures to come directly at him. Now that the high-level heavenly flame was weakened to the extreme, Xiaoyang was confident that if he joined forces with Xiaohua, they would definitely be able to take down the high-level heavenly flame. However, the problem was, after taking down the high-level heavenly flame, how could they escape from the void devourers and many powerful figures? Xiaohua, is the opportunity here? It's up to you whether you want to go or not. If you go, we will most likely be killed by the many powerful figures. If you don't go, I reckon there won't be any other opportunity. Xiaoyang asked nervously. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and there should not be a better one. However, the risk was equally great, and they might die. Xiaohua's eyes were still filled with strong desire, but there was also fear. He also felt the great danger. Let's go all out. Xiaohua sent out a strong thought. Hence, Xiaoyang immediately made all the preparations, waiting for the high-level heavenly flame's arrival. At the same time, he was extremely nervous. He did not know if the high-level heavenly flame was intentional or not, and did not know if the high-level heavenly flame would pass by the crater or come directly at them. The moment the high-level heavenly flame approached the crater, Xiaohua and Xiaoyang immediately launched a fierce attack. The Imperial Heaven Tower, Imprisoned Phoenix, Mountain River Map, Axe of Destiny, Desert Spear, and Time Compass were all activated by Xiaoyang immediately, erupting with a terrifying power comparable to King Wu's Stage 4. The rays of light directly shrouded the high-level heavenly flame. At the same time, Xiaohua also rushed out immediately, releasing a huge sea of fire that instantly enveloped the high-level heavenly flame's tinder. In the blink of an eye, under their joint efforts, they captured the high-level heavenly flame instantly. Xiao Hua immediately devoured it, and Xiaoyang helped to suppress it. The high-level heavenly flame had long noticed the existence of Xiaoyang and Xiaohua. This time it was really at a critical juncture, so it planned to use Xiaoyang to attract the attention of many powerful figures. Chapter 1305. At the same time, he wanted to devour Xiaohua instantly while Xiaoyang was attracting the attacks. After all, Xiaohua had the strength of a quasi-advanced heavenly fire. Although devouring Xiaohua would not allow him to level up, it would allow him to return to his peak state and not be in such a sorry state. With that thought in mind, the advanced heavenly fire instantly charged towards the crater where Xiaoyang was. In the advanced heavenly fire's opinion, Xiaoyang and Xiaohua were not powerful and should be able to control them easily in a short period of time. However, to his surprise, Xiaoyang and Xiaohua were able to erupt with such great fighting power. It was completely beyond his expectations and caused him to miscalculate. Therefore, he was currently being suppressed and trapped by Xiaoyang. At the same time, he was also being devoured by Xiaohua. The advanced heavenly fire was already severely injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. Now that he was being attacked and devoured, his strength was further weakened and his will to resist dissipated in the bamboo slip. At that moment, he finally understood that Xiaoyang and Xiaohua must have been waiting for him for a long time and had made all the necessary preparations. Roar! Roar! The two void devourers saw the sudden change and let out a shocking roar again. The terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, and even Xiaoyang and Xiaohua were affected. At the same time, many experts noticed the change and immediately attacked Xiaoyang with great destructive power. How could they let Xiaoyang take away the item that they had coveted for a long time? Let's go! Xiaoyang knew that he was no match for them and immediately left with Xiaohua. The moment they left, a large part of the place they were originally at immediately collapsed. It was a ghastly sight to behold. The crater that had been there for hundreds of millions of years was blown into countless starry dust in an instant. However, Xiaoyang was just a rank 3 Kingwu. Where could he escape to in front of so many rank 4 and rank 5 almighties? As soon as he dodged the attacks, he was immediately surrounded by many powerful experts. Brat, hand over the high-grade heavenly flame to me. I can guarantee your safety. The two devils from the devil realm roared at Xiaoyang, their eyes filled with killing intent. Roar! A divine dragon roared and spoke in human language. Human, give me the high-level heavenly flame, and you can join my tribe. The creatures of the ghost realm, the monster realm, and the beast race spoke one after another, all of them urging Xiaoyang to hand over the high-grade heavenly flame. The void devourer roared furiously and glared at Xiaoyang. No matter who Xiaoyang gave the high-grade heavenly flame to, they had a reason to kill Xiaoyang. They had worked hard for half a day, but they didn't expect that in the end it would be a wedding dress for Xiaoyang. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but be angry. Xiaoyang frowned and looked around vigilantly, as if he was afraid that someone would sneak up on him. At the same time, he diverted some of his attention to check on Xiaohua's situation. Xiaohua's situation wasn't good. He was still devouring and had only temporarily occupied it. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang's help, Xiaohua might have become nutrients for the high-grade heavenly flame, let alone devouring. At this rate, Xiaoyang thought that Xiaohua still needed some time. Only when Xiaohua advanced to the high-grade heavenly flame would he have the confidence to continue the battle. Xiaoyang's gaze fell on the two humans who hadn't spoken yet. They were the two upper-level almighties. Of course, Xiaoyang didn't know their names. It didn't matter as long as they were of the same kind. He cupped his fists and bowed. Seniors, I'm Xiaoyang of the mid-level. Please help me. After I escape this disaster, I can break the seal of the passage from the mid-level to the upper level. Also, after I ascend to the upper level, I can help you deal with the devil realm. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue couldn't help but hesitate. In their opinion, Xiaoyang's second son had no chance of winning unless he could hand over the high-grade heavenly flame. looking at the hundreds of powerhouses around them. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would still feel the pressure, not to mention that they were also thinking about the high-grade heavenly flame. Xiaoyang spoke again. I've cultivated the never-setting sun sex cultivation method. That's the orthodox never-setting sun sex cultivation method. You are the descendants of the never-setting sun sex disciples, so you should pay attention to this. After hearing this, Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue's expressions changed slightly. They said in disbelief, "What? You've cultivated the never-setting sun sex cultivation method?" If that was the case, they couldn't just stand by and watch, because their tradition came from the never-setting sun sect. Of course, they didn't completely believe it. They just looked at Xiaoyang suspiciously. Xiaoyang laughed and said, "Why would I, Xiaoyang, deceive you?" As soon as his words fell, he immediately used the never-setting sun sex cultivation method. He instantly turned into a small sun, illuminating a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was a pity that his never-setting sun sex cultivation method hadn't reached the point of great success, so the light didn't have too much lethality. It wasn't enough to intimidate many powerhouses. It's true. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue were a little excited and said, "Okay, Xiaoyang will help you. However, we have to add a condition. As the descendants of the never-setting sun sex disciples, we should also cultivate the never-setting sun sex cultivation method. How about it?" Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "No problem." When he received the inheritance on Bodhi Island, the never-setting sun sex patriarch hoped that he could carry forward the cultivation method. It was rare to meet the descendants of the sex disciples. Of course, he was happy to help. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue immediately controlled their flying swords and arrived in front of Xiaoyang in an instant. They coldly looked at the powerhouses around them, ready to help Xiaoyang fight the enemies. Tai Fei asked, "Xiaoyang, I really can't believe that you're a middle-level cultivator. This is really surprising. Even an upper-level cultivator might not be able to produce a talent like you. Of course, now is not the time to be emotional. Tell us, how can we escape from here? We can only block for you for a while." Xiaoyang's expression was heavy. He calmly said, "Many thanks to the two seniors for your help. After Xiao Hu devours the high-level sky fire, we will have one more powerhouse. At this moment, we can delay for as long as we can." He looked at the powerhouses of the Demon Realm, Ghost Realm, and Beast Clan and said, "Demon Realm, Ghost Realm, and Beast Clan, I, Xiaoyang, owe you a favor. Can you leave because of this?" They hesitated and didn't answer immediately. Instead, they were thinking. Xiaoyang didn't rush them. He looked at the Golden Dragon and said, "Divine Dragon Clan, what do you want to leave?" The two Void Devourers looked at Xiaoyang, who was constantly contacting the powerhouses. They didn't get angry, nor did they rush him. If these powerhouses were willing to give up, they would be able to relax a lot. The powerhouse of the Demon Realm said, "Young man, do you know the importance of a high-level sky fire? It's not something that can be exchanged for with any request." Chapter 1306. The Ghost Realm's Almighty, Beast Race's Almighty, and Divine Dragon Race's Almighty were not willing to give up. After all, the high-grade heavenly flame was too important. It was comparable to King Wu's rank 5 existence. "Xiaoyang, forgive us for not agreeing. You better hand over the high-grade heavenly flame. At least you can keep your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy." They rejected politely. At the same time, their auras were rising. Terrifying auras were released again. They were ready to attack at any time. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue saw that the negotiation had failed. Their expressions turned serious. Their hearts were heavy, but they did not panic. When they agreed to help Xiaoyang, they had expected this outcome. "Everyone, bring it on. We humans are not easy to bully." Tai Fingjue spoke without anger. He looked at them fearlessly. After all, he was a rank 5 existence of King Wu. He had the courage to fight. Xiaoyang watched Xiao Hua's progress nervously. He secretly helped Xiao Hua again. He kept suppressing the high-grade heavenly flame, using the mind-refining art and traceless dream to attack the high-grade heavenly flame's will and consciousness. Even so, Xiaohu needed some time to devour. Although Xiaoyang was trying to buy time, it was obvious that this short period of time was not enough. Next, a war was about to break out. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Seniors, I'll have to trouble you. Your city, Lord, only needs half a cup of tea's time." Half a cup of tea's time? Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue wanted to curse. With so many experts surrounding them, it would be difficult for them to even take 100 breaths. However, since they had promised Xiaoyang, they could only do their best. Roar! 2 void devourers charged forward. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue immediately unleashed their shocking sword techniques, forming a 10,000-kilometer sword domain that covered all of the higher beings. They continuously released powerful sword qi to attack. Because they were of the same origin, the power of the sword realm was also doubled. In the sword realm, the power of their swords could be increased several times. There was a saying, "I am the master of my sword realm." They were using their sword domain to fight against the 2 void devourers and many other mighty figures. Fortunately, the sword domain had a suppressive effect, suppressing the strength of these foreign races. Otherwise, Tai Fei and Tai Feng would not have been forced into such a miserable state. However, even though he had the sword domain, he was not invincible. After all, they were facing over 100 powerful figures, so they were constantly consuming an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. They probably wouldn't be able to maintain this for too long. Xiaoyang watched as Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue held back the powerful beings. Then he unleashed more of his power to attack the high-level heavenly fire. The high-grade heavenly flame was very unwilling and indignant. However, it could only accept its fate under the joint efforts of Xiaoyang and Xiaohua. It could only be swallowed and nibbled away. It no longer had the power of a high-grade heavenly flame. On the contrary, Xiaohua seemed to have stepped into the high-grade heavenly flame. Wow! Xiaohua immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the remaining flame and power of the high-grade heavenly flame. Plop! Terrifying flames instantly spread out, forming an even larger sea of fire. The power of the flames was also a few times stronger than before. At this moment, Xiaohua successfully leveled up to a high-grade heavenly flame. "You dare to have ideas about me and threaten Big Brother? You're courting death." Xiaohua formed a fiery red figure and spoke in a childish voice. Then he instantly entered the sword domain formed by Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue, releasing endless terrifying flames to attack the foreign races. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue were already having a hard time and were about to lose the sword domain. With Xiaohua's help, it was a lot easier for them. Bloodthirsty ice worm, primordial divine dragon, flamingo, great-grandmother, Ling-Er, you all enter the formation to help. As soon as Xiaoyang finished speaking, his 3 pet beasts and 2 beauties immediately appeared beside him. Then, they quickly entered the sword domain to increase the power of the sword domain. "Seniors, I'm here to help you too." Xiaoyang took out his immortal sword and rode it forward, instantly entering the sword domain. Then he also unleashed a sword domain, superimposing it with their sword domain, as if it was a combination of 3 sword domains. His sword Dao was not weak at all. The sword Qi he released was also extraordinarily sharp. It shocked Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue. Greater Void Devourer, Lesser Void Devourer, Demon Realm, Ghost Realm, Beast Realm, Divine Dragon, and many other foreign races and monsters instantly felt immense pressure. They did not expect Xiaoyang, with his weak cultivation, to be able to release such shocking sword intent and lethality. Xiaoyang controlled the immortal sword to maintain the sword domain. At the same time, he took out 6 or 7 heaven realm magic treasures and placed them in various corners of the sword domain. Soon, a joint attack formation was completed. This joint attack formation gathered the power of the ice worm, the fiery bird, the primordial divine dragon, Xiaolinger and Lin Shurian. Every time they released a joint attack, the terrifying power would kill some of the foreign races. This made the faces of many powerful figures change drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear and fear. Other than that, Xiaoyang also used the soul-refining art, traceless dream, and other strange spiritual type attacks to attack the wills and consciousnesses of the many powerful figures. Although he might not be able to hurt them, it was worth it even if he could disrupt them. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue were strengthened by the sword intent, and the sword domain was strengthened. Their power and combat power skyrocketed. When they attacked, their lethality was off the charts. The two void devourers were forced to retreat. They did not dare to face the two of them head-on. Demon realm, ghost realm, beast realm, dragon realm. I, Xiaoyang, still mean what I said. If you leave temporarily, I will fulfill my promise. Even if you continue to fight, do you think you can win? If the high-level heavenly fire falls into someone else's hands, do you think you can escape from the hands of so many powerful figures? Why don't you take advantage of it and leave now? Xiaoyang tempted them again. Although they could temporarily resist the enemies who were not using their full strength, they were still in a disadvantageous position. Once these powerful figures became serious, they would not be able to resist for too long. Therefore, they should take advantage of the situation to negotiate. Just as Xiaoyang said, none of the powerful figures were willing to submit to anyone. They all represented their own interests. Even if they got the high-level heavenly fire, they might not be able to take it away. Just like Xiaoyang at this moment. Even if he got the high-level heavenly fire, he would be attacked by hundreds of powerful figures. Fortunately, he had the help of Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart by them. After thinking about it, they quickly made a decision. Chapter 1307. The Demon Realm's Fei Yao said, Xiaoyang, remember your promise. I'll believe you and withdraw from this competition. Remember, my name is Fei Yao. The Ghost Realm's Wang Liang said, Xiaoyang, my name is Wang Liang. I'll fulfill your wish. The Beast Race's Xueqiu said, I, Xueqiu, will fulfill your wish. The Dragon Race's Long Long said, I, Dragon King, will fulfill your wish too. As soon as they finished speaking, they unleashed their cultivation and used their movement techniques to withdraw from the sword domain. Tai Fei and Tai Fengjue's pressure was greatly reduced. They let out a sigh of relief. The two void devourers were greatly suppressed, and they continuously roared as they continuously released sound waves. They relied on their massive bodies to continuously attack the sword domain, causing it to tremble and flicker with light. The demon realm's two demon realms' eyes flashed when they saw the others retreat. They said, Demon Realm's Almighty, Beast Race's Almighty, Dragon Race's Almighty, Ghost Realm's Almighty, don't be fooled by Xiaoyang. The human race has always been treacherous. How could they owe you a favor? I can't promise that once we kill Xiaoyang, Tai Fei, and Tai Fingjue, we'll give you this high-grade, heavenly flame. The few Almighty's eyes flashed. They released their divine sense to communicate with each other. They didn't do anything else. The two demon realms, Almighty, looked like they were easy to talk to. They didn't even touch the shadow of the high-grade, heavenly flame. It was too fake to say that. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue weren't easy to deal with. Now that they had the high-grade, heavenly flame and Xiaoyang, they wouldn't be defeated. The void devourers roared again. On one hand, they were angered by Tai Fei, Tai Fingjue, and Xiaoyang. On the other hand, the two demon realms Almighty wanted to encourage others to fight for the high-grade heavenly flame. They already thought that the high-grade heavenly flame belonged to them. What they couldn't do was that the sword domain was too strong. They couldn't break through it. This made them greatly restrained and suppressed. There were more than 100 powerful beings of different races. Since the beginning of the battle in the sword domain, 10 to 20 of them had fallen. This struck fear into the hearts of the weaker members of the foreign races, and they wanted to retreat. Although the high-grade heavenly flame was a good thing, One had to be alive to use it. Thus, they left one after another. In the short time it took to brew a cup of tea, dozens of them had left. This greatly reduced the pressure on Tai Fei, Taifengjue, and Xiaoyang. In an instant, they had turned the situation around and even gained the upper hand. The two ferocious void devourers were enraged by the suppression. They felt sullen and even injured. This was Xiaoyang's masterpiece because Xiaoyang's attacks were too strange and special. They were not what they knew at all. For example, the soul-refining art could suddenly attack a person's sea of consciousness. This was something that most almighty beings could not block. Even if they could block it, their minds would be disturbed, causing the sword domain's boundless sword chi to crush and slice them. In addition to the boundless flames released by the advanced Skyfire and the combined attacks of the three pet beasts, not many people could resist. After 4 hours of intense battle, there were not many foreign races left in the sword domain. Other than the two void devourers who were unwilling to give up, there were only 2 devil lords from the devil world. The devil world and the flowing cloud world had always been mortal enemies. This kind of grudge had been accumulating for countless years. When they saw each other, they could not help but want to kill each other. Lawless and No Return were the 2 giants of the devil world. Their cultivation base and strength were boundless. When they saw Tai Fei and Taifengjue, they could still use their rationality to suppress their anger, now that the high-grade heavenly flame was about to fall into the hands of the human race. This was something they could not tolerate. As the big shots of the devil world, they knew the power of the high-grade heavenly flame. Because the high-grade heavenly flame was the strongest and softest thing, its damage was off the charts. It was the nemesis of the devil world. Originally, the 2 devil lords were strong and powerful. They were not inferior to the high-grade heavenly flame and the void devourers. Now that they were suppressed by the high-grade heavenly flame in the sword domain, they could not use their normal strength. If they did not have the help of the void devourers, they would have been killed long ago. Although they were unwilling to give up the high-grade heavenly flame, just like that, they had no choice. The high-grade heavenly flame had already recognized its master. It was no longer an ownerless object like before. If they continued to fight, they might die here. Lawless and No Return looked at each other, then quickly left the sword domain. They did not want to participate in this battle anymore. As they left, a few other foreign races who were unwilling to give up also left. In the end, only the 2 angry void devourers were left. Originally, the 2 void devourers were already having a hard time dealing with the high-grade heavenly flame. Now, not only did they have to deal with the high-grade heavenly flame, but they also had to deal with Tai Fei, Taifengjue, Xiaoyang, and the others. They were instantly suppressed. Roar. The 2 void devourers were hit hard. Countless sword chi cut their bodies. In addition to the burning of the high-grade heavenly flame, Xiaoyang, Xiaolinger, bloodthirsty iceworm, divine dragon, fiery bird, Xiaolinger, and Lin Shuyan's combined attacks, they were instantly covered in wounds. They were very miserable. After roaring angrily, they immediately left the sword domain. If they did not leave, they would be cut into pieces by the sword chi. Let's go! Xiaoyang shouted. Cooperating with the sword domain, they instantly left. The void devourers, No Return, Not Yao, Wanliang, Xuecho, Dragon King, and the others did not follow. They turned around and left. Their faces and hearts did not agree. It was destined that they would not be able to join forces with Xiaoyang, Tai Fei, Taifengjue, and the high-grade heavenly flame. Even if they chased after them, it was meaningless. They were destined to fail. Fortunately, Not Yao, Wanliang, Xuecho, and Dragon King had all received Xiaoyang's promise. It was not a wasted trip. On the other hand, the void devourers had worked hard for nothing. This made them very unhappy. Just as the void devourers were about to leave, No Return immediately stopped them. They said, Void devourers, the high-grade heavenly flame was supposed to be yours. After all, you guys risked your lives to defeat it. However, the human race is cunning. He actually stole your high-grade heavenly flame. I express my deep sympathy and also feel anger for you. Why don't we join forces? My demon world will attack the flowing cloud world. You void devourers will hold the fort at the side. I will hand over the high-grade heavenly flame to you. The two void devourers showed hesitation. They were already angry. Now, with no return and no return's persuasion, they were immediately tempted. No return said, "Void devourers, look, you guys are injured too. Why don't you come to my demon world to recover? We don't have much in the demon world, but we have plenty of resources. It will definitely help your cultivation base improve." Chapter 1308. When the time comes, let's fight together. I think that upper-level cultivator won't be able to resist our power. No return narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly persuaded the two void devourers. The thoughts of no return and no return were very simple. Although they didn't get the high-level heavenly fire this time, and it was snatched away by the humans. If they could get the support of the void devourers, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. There was no doubt about the strength of the void devourers. Just their body was as big as a planet, incomparably huge. The greater void devourer and lesser void devourer looked at each other and exchanged opinions. They both knew that no return and no return had bad intentions and were full of lies, but it seemed that this was the only way for them to vent their anger. Okay, we promise you for the time being. Your demon realm wants to annex the drifting cloud realm. This ambition is known by all races, but we can't do it for nothing. The resources we need must be delivered on time. If one day we need the power of the demon realm, you must also fully support us. The greater void devourer said loudly. We promise. No return and no return said straightforwardly. Thus, the four of them returned to the demon realm. Thousands of miles away from the drifting cloud realm, Tai Fei, Tai Fingjue, Xiaoyang, and the others stopped. After putting away the sword domain, array, and various magical powers, they were all panting like oxen, and their faces were pale. Obviously, in the battle just now, they were very tired and had consumed a lot of energy. Let's rest here for a while. I don't think they will catch up again, Tai Fei said while panting. Then they began to adjust their breathing and slowly recover their cultivation. After a cup of tea's time, their cultivation had recovered a lot, and they had about 50% of their source power. Tai Fei said, Xiaoyang, let's part here. Don't forget what you promised. Tai Fingjue's eyes lit up, and he looked at Xiaoyang hopefully. Xiaoyang said with a smile, Two seniors, why would I, Xiaoyang, lie to you? This is the cultivation method of the Rising Sun City. Take it. He took out a jade slip from his storage ring, recorded the cultivation method of the Rising Sun City, and handed it directly to them. When I return to the middle stream stage, I will do my best to break through the seal between the middle stream stage and the upper stream stage. Once I reach the upper stream stage, I will meet you again. Xiaoyang said straightforwardly. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjie both let out a sigh of relief. They reached out their hands and received the jade slip from Xiaoyang. They released their soul consciousness to check the contents of the jade slip. At first glance, they found that it was indeed mysterious and profound. It was even purer than their cultivation technique. Xiaoyang, you really did keep your promise and didn't deceive us. We'll wait for you in the upper realm. With that, Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue unleashed their cultivation bases and left. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the starry sky. Xiao Linger asked, Xiaoyang, why don't we go straight to the upper realm? After all, they were currently in the outer realm. Since they could go straight to the upper realm from here, why should they fly from the upper realm? Xiaoyang said, the upper realm has its own will. It's like a planet with its own soul consciousness. You need its approval to enter. It's also like a domain. If you refuse, others won't be able to enter unless they are stronger than you. At least I'm not stronger than an upper realm cultivator, so I can only obtain its permission. Let's go. It's time to return to the Middle Realm. Xiao Yang unleashed his origin power and took Xiaolinger, Lin Shiyun, Fiery Bird, and the others away. When they reappeared, they were already at the highest peak of the Middle Realm. Looking at the familiar sky, earth, and vegetation, the three smiled. Even Fiery Bird, Bloodthirsty Ice Silkworm, and Shenlong flew out and flew in the sky. Let's go back to the Xiao family first. Xiao Yang unleashed his origin power again and took the two girls back to the Xiao family. When they arrived at the Xiao family, the news of their return spread to the Xiao family, causing a sensation in the Xiao family, especially Lin Shiyun, who turned out to be their great-grandmother. This made the Xiao family overjoyed. Great Aunt, you're back. I missed you so much. I thought you were going to spend the rest of your life with Xiao Yang in the Songmin territory. Xiao Zai and Xiao Linger were best friends. They had played together since they were young. When he saw Xiao Linger, he immediately came over and teased Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger glared at him. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a half-step King Wu's power and controlled Xiao Zai. Then she pulled Xiao Zai in front of her and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Xiao Zai, is your skin itching again?" Xiao Zai immediately panicked and struggled with all his might. However, no matter how hard he struggled, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Xiao Linger's control. This made him even more shocked and aghast. One had to know that during this period of time, he had been diligently cultivating, and his cultivation had already reached a new level. He did not expect that he would still be no match for Xiao Linger. This showed how terrifying Xiao Linger's growth was during this period of time. Great Aunt, why you're a half-step King Wu now? Oh my God! Xiao Zai's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Linger's lips curled up. She snorted lightly and swung her hand, throwing Xiao Zai to the side. Xiao Zai's body crashed to the ground with a bang and kicked up a lot of smoke and dust. When Xiao San Xiao, Xiao Dong Tai, Xiao Qing Shui, and the others of the same age saw how terrifying Xiao Linger was, they also widened their eyes in disbelief. Clan elders Xiao Kuangba and Xiao Kangming also noticed Xiao Linger's cultivation realm at the first moment. They felt the pressure and aura of a half-step King Wu and were also shocked. They had been stuck at Wu Zun's 9th level for many years, but they never thought that the junior Xiao Linger would reach the half-step King Wu realm before them. Old Master Xiao saw Xiao Linger, Xiao Yang, and Lin Shiyun. After nodding to Xiao Linger and Xiao Yang, his gaze stopped on Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun also looked at Old Master Xiao in a daze. They had not seen each other for nearly 100 years since the last time they parted. Madam, husband. Old Master Xiao and Lin Shiyun recognized each other, and then their emotions exploded. They hugged each other and cried. They had waited for this day for too long. If it wasn't for Xiao Yang's sudden appearance, they probably wouldn't have the chance to see it in this lifetime. What are you all looking at? Get lost. When Xiao Ling saw the situation, she immediately berated. Xiao family, from the clan elders to the juniors, all left. The strength of a half-step king who couldn't be underestimated. They didn't want to be taught a lesson by Xiao Linger. Father, mother. Xiao Yang also saw Xiao Wangu and Lan Xingming and affectionately called out, Good child. It's good that you're back." Xiao Wangu didn't say anything, but his eyes were wet. Lan Xingming was so happy that she cried and hugged Xiao Yang. Chapter 1309. Xiao Yang said in a low voice, "Xiao Man is still in the blue underworld realm. She will only return after helping Xiao Lian become the queen." Lan Xingming said, "It's good that Xiao Man is fine. We respect her decision." After the three of them finished exchanging greetings, Xiao Yang's gaze fell on Xiao Wanyan and called him uncle. Xiao Wanyan sighed emotionally and said, "It's good that you're back." "Xiao Chen, Donglai, how are you guys?" Xiao Yang greeted them with a smile. Xiao Donglai and Xiao Chen grinned and said, "You're getting further and further away. We can't catch up anymore. However, we won't give up. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded. In the following time, Xiaoyang met with the people of the Xiao family. Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, Xiao Pai, Xiao Dalai, Xiao Qinggong, Xiao Feilai, and other outstanding juniors all appeared in the Xiao family. They all came to Xiaoyang's side and loudly called him boss. When Xiaoyang saw them, he was also very happy. This was a playmate that he had played with since he was young. After meeting with the people of the Xiao family, Xiaoyang headed to the Jigo sect. In the Jigo sect, he saw the 3,000 flow, 3,000 desolation, Qinfai, Qinfajing, Qiu Ringui, Bao Dating, 3,000 light, Wang Qingfeng, and the others. Everyone drank happily. After that, Xiaoyang went to see the Jigo sect master, Qian Guangqi, and reported the matter of the upper realm. Qian Guangqi deeply agreed. So this was the reason why he couldn't find a way to ascend after so many years. When he heard that Xiaoyang wanted to break the seal, Qian Guangqi was startled for a moment, but he soon understood. Only a genius like Xiaoyang would have such courage and magnanimity. He smiled and said, Xiaoyang, it's up to you. After you ascend, I will also ascend. If it's as you said, then I will also let the demon realm know how powerful we are. Xiaoyang and Wan Haodong chatted happily. Putting aside this matter, they also talked about cultivation. Most of the time, Wan Haodong was the one asking questions, and Xiaoyang was the one answering. In the evening, Xiaoyang bid farewell to Wan Haodong. Wan Haodong saw Xiaoyang off and said, Your good friends are all in the North Pole town. They said it's a good place. Xiaoyang was relieved. No wonder he didn't see Gu, Qianchan, Lan Jiaya, Dragoness, and the others in the Jigo sect. They ran to the North Pole town. Xiaoyang said, Sect Master Arcturus is also a genius. Whether or not to tell him about the upper realm is up to you, Sect Master. Wan Haodong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and told Xiaoyang to scram. Xiaoyang grinned, erupted with origin power, and instantly left this place. North Pole Town, Blood Demon Restaurant. Gu Qianqian, Dragoness, and Lan Jiaya were drinking and eating. Good wine. Dragoness, do you want a drink? Lan Jiaya picked up a dish with her chopsticks, ate a mouthful of food, and drank a sip of wine. She knew that Dragoness would get drunk once she drank. She was very cute when she was drunk, so she couldn't help but tease Dragoness. Gu Qianqian was reserved and dignified. She also raised her glass and smiled. Dragoness, don't worry. Xiaoyang hasn't returned yet. It's fine if you get drunk. You can get drunk and be impudent for once. Besides, it's not like you haven't been drunk before. We all saw your drunken appearance, hee. Dragoness' face turned red. She rolled her eyes at them and lowered her head. She only ate the food and didn't drink. However, the corner of her eyes swept past the wine glass from time to time. Especially after smelling the wine, she kept swallowing her saliva. She would get drunk after one cup, so she didn't dare to drink. She was worried that drinking would ruin things. However, she actually liked drinking. As long as she didn't drink too much, it wouldn't harm her body. Just as she was hesitating whether to drink or not, her eyes saw Xiaoyang walking in from the direction of the door. She exclaimed in disbelief, Did I drink? Am I drunk? How is that possible? I actually saw the young master return. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaya didn't believe her at all. They snorted. Lan Jiaya teased, Dragoness, I've played your tricks so many times. When didn't I scare you? Later on, even you didn't believe it. Now you're using this to trick me. Do you think we'll believe you? Gu Qianqian smiled but didn't say anything. She didn't believe it either. Dragoness immediately became anxious and hurriedly explained, It's true. Look, young master. Dragoness' expression was very realistic because she really saw Xiaoyang. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaya frowned. They secretly thought that Dragoness' acting had improved again. It was so realistic. Then they couldn't help but look over. Indeed, they saw a white-robed figure slowly walking over. It was the Xiaoyang they had missed for a long time. Xiaoyang, oh no, you heartless man. You're finally willing to come back. I thought you were going to spend the rest of your life in the Tsangmin territory. Lan Jiaoye immediately exploded with jealousy. Everyone knew that Xiaoyang went to the Tsangmin territory to find Xiaolinger. Moreover, he brought along Xiaolinger. Gu Qianqian's little mouth slightly opened. She excitedly said, Senior Marshal Brother Xiaoyang, you really came back. I'm not drunk, right? I clearly ate a lot and didn't drink much. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, You're all not drunk. Tonight, I'll drink with you. How about it? He hugged them and sat down. Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, and Dragoness were excited. Their beautiful eyes stared at Xiaoyang as if they were afraid that Xiaoyang would disappear in the blink of an eye. The four of them drank and ate. It was indescribably blissful. In the middle of the night, Dragoness was drunk. Then, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian couldn't take it anymore. They closed their eyes and fell asleep. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sent them back to their rooms to sleep. After spending a night with the three girls, the next day came in the blink of an eye. Li Qinghe, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Bu Tianling, Lu Jejie, Thousand Poisons King, Qian Jizi, Lu Quan, Fang Zihan, and the others knew that Xiaoyang had come to the North Pole town. They hurried over to meet him. Xiaoyang accompanied them for another day. They drank and chatted happily. Halfway through, Zhang Ruxue, Xia Hozi, Supervisor Zhang, Yao Chen, Pang Dashan, Pang Dewan, Baldi Fong, and the others all arrived. The cheerful atmosphere was extremely rich. Thus, Xiaoyang announced that all drinks in the Blood Demon restaurant would be free for the day. This immediately attracted most of the North Pole town's residents, causing the level of liveliness to increase by several levels. After spending some time with them, the Fire Sect, Clear Water Sect, White Azure Sect, Heaven Vault Sect, Yuan Sect, Qinquan Sect, Five Element Sect, Nine Yang Sect, Ice Snow Sect, and other religious leaders of the North Pole town came forward to greet Xiaoyang. When the Mountain Lord, Kaiser Blood, Mountain Lord, Red Lord, Qing Lord, and the others saw Xiaoyang again, they were very excited. It was because of Xiaoyang's guidance that their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Xiaoyang gave them another round of guidance. They had all gained something, so they left with satisfaction. After spending a few days with these guys, Xiaoyang asked about the whereabouts of his master, mistress, and martial uncle. Lan Jiaoye frankly told him that they were enjoying a peaceful life in the lower realm. Chapter 1310. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately brought Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Dragoness to the Poison Sect in the lower realm. He met his master and mistress, as well as martial uncle Qi Yan. The master and disciples reunited for several days, laughing and chatting happily. Xiaoyang pondered. Since they'd all come down, he might as well go to the Beast Forest to see Sovereign Beast. He mainly wanted Dragoness to go see him. When Sovereign Beast saw Xiaoyang and Dragoness again, he was very excited and treated them with great hospitality. After leaving the Beast Forest, Xiaoyang went straight back to Martial Yang City to see his grandfather and uncles. He also had Lan Jiaoye visit her parents. Finally, he went to the ancient city to satisfy Gu Qianqian's longing. After going through the middle and lower realms, Xiaoyang's mental state underwent a tremendous change. His cultivation was originally at King Wu's second level, but he silently broke through to King Wu's third level, the same as his physical strength. This unexpected joy made Xiaoyang happy for a long time. Empyrean Peak. This was the highest peak of the Middle Realm. Since ancient times, many geniuses had ascended to the upper realm here. However, ever since the passage was sealed by the demon realm, no one had been able to ascend in the past few hundred years. Today, Xiaoyang wanted to use King Wu's third-level power to break through the seal. First, he hoped that all Middle Realm cultivators could successfully ascend. Second, he'd promised Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue that he'd help break the seal. Third, he wanted to take a look at the upper realm and protect the flowing cloud realm. Xiao Yang was familiar with many people because this was his hometown. However, all those below King Wu's level didn't come. Only 4 people were present: Jigosek Sect Master Qian Guangqi, Arcturus Sect Master Arctic Gray Feather, Old Master Xiao, and Xiao family's great-grandmother. They were all at King Wu's level and had been in this realm for a long time. The famous King Wu also came one after another. King Wus were secluded cultivators and weren't famous. They were just bystanders, quietly watching. Xiao Yang counted more than 10 King Wus. It seemed that he'd underestimated the world's heroes and the Middle Realm. He'd thought that there were only the 3 powers and the 3 King Wus in the Middle Realm. He didn't expect so many to appear today. From this, it could be seen that there were definitely many hidden forces and powerful beings in the Middle Stream region, just like a mysterious place like Bodhi Island. Of course, he'd be in the middle to break the passages, to break through the passages as to himself, to break to the upper, to break to the upper realms be. To break, to T2s to test to B2. However, because the passage was sealed by the Devil Realm, many cultivators couldn't break through to the King Wu's level. Xiao Yang broke through the seal with his King Wu's level 3 strength. Following Xiao Yang's eruption of an unparalleled pressure and terrifying aura, rumbling sounds came from the sky. Tribulation clouds instantly gathered, and tribulation lightning swam within the clouds. The lightning bolts were like swimming snakes, and it was a shocking sight. Little tribulation lightning, don't come here and embarrass yourself. Xiao Yang roared furiously. His voice was loud and clear, as if it was swallowing the void. It directly transmitted to the sky and shook the clouds of calamity and the thunder of calamity, directly dispersing the clouds of calamity and thunder of calamity. Hiss! Wow! It was so terrifying. The dozen or so top powerhouses in the Middle Realm couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief when they saw Xiao Yang's terrifying scene. Even the tribulation clouds and tribulation lightning were scattered with a roar. How terrifying was his cultivation! When they looked at Xiao Yang, the way they looked at him changed. Show me something powerful. Xiao Yang was full of confidence. His body flew into the air and floated in midair. That terrifying aura was released, almost suppressing the dozen or so King Wu to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. Following Xiao Yang's words, the tribulation clouds in the sky gathered again. In the blink of an eye, they gathered together and formed a tribulation cloud that covered a radius of 10,000 miles. However, the strange thing was that there was no longer lightning in the tribulation cloud. There were only black figures and demonic aura released from the tribulation cloud. Xiao Yang immediately sensed it. Only the dozen, or so King Wu, didn't know what was going on. They looked at the black figures with fear and nervousness on their faces. Xiao Yang said, "Demons, are you finally going to show yourself? You sealed the passage and even let the demons guard here. You're really something. You're really capable and have extraordinary means. It's a pity that you met you. You're destined to meet your end. Human, where did you learn of this secret?" The voice came from the black figures in the tribulation clouds that filled the sky. Hearing the black figures reply, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Arctic Gray Feather, and the other midstream Kingwu were all relieved. It turned out that those guys were demons. They were the ones who sealed the passage, causing the midstream to be cut off from the upper stream. Xiao Yang sneered. The corner of his mouth curled up and his face was full of disdain. He said, "Demons, why aren't you coming down to die?" Several demons snorted coldly and released boundless, baleful qi. They instantly rushed down from the tribulation clouds and surrounded Xiao Yang. They were all second-stage King Wu powerhouses. Even in the demon world, they had prominent statuses and were revered by tens of thousands of demons. Naturally, they weren't ordinary people. However, they met Xiao Yang. The third stage King Wu's might was not to be challenged. Demons, you want to target the flowing cloud world? You don't know your limits. I'll teach you how to behave. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he once again released the third stage King Wu's might. His hands formed a seal, and he used the mountain-moving technique and the myriad layers technique. Layers of huge mountains instantly condensed in midair and smashed down on them. At the same time, Xiao Yang immediately used the soul refining technique and the traceless dream. Two majestic divine senses crashed into the consciousness and will of the demons like a tidal wave, causing them to feel dizzy and stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, the myriad layers mountain crushed down. In an instant, the defenses and treasures of the demons were destroyed. The powerful crushing force directly killed them. When the demons on the tribulation cloud saw Xiao Yang's ferocity, their expressions changed. Some of them even cried out in alarm, causing the tribulation cloud to churn. Since you can't come down, then I'll go up. After saying this, Xiao Yang immediately used the flight technique and rushed into the tribulation cloud. In the tribulation cloud, many demons launched powerful attacks. Among them, there were many third-stage King Wu demons. The spiritual energy and demonic aura released by the tribulation cloud once again shocked the hearts of Arctic Gray Feather, Old Master Xiao, Qian Guangqi, and King Wu. They were only first-stage King Wu. When they saw the 3 second-stage King Wu demons besieging Xiaoyang, they were also nervous. Now that they saw the third-stage King Wu demons again, their nervousness doubled. Their expressions became serious. Chapter 13:11. In the face of a battle of this level, they could not intervene at all. They could only rely on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang fought fiercely with many devils in the tribulation clouds. He used all kinds of martial arts techniques to kill devils, one after another. At the same time, he also released several heaven-level magic treasures, forming a powerful attack power that swept through many devils. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was a powerful existence with twice the strength of King Wu. Otherwise, he would not be able to deal with these devils. Xiaoyang estimated that there were dozens of devils, other than the 3 he killed earlier. The rest of the devils had uneven cultivation levels. The strong ones were King Wu level 3, while the weak ones were Wu Zun level 9 and Half-Step King Wu level 9. There were only a few that could be used. 3 King Wu level 3, 5 King Wu level 2, and 10 King Wu level 3. This lineup was very powerful. If it were not for Xiaoyang, this monster, the middle and lower levels, would have been destroyed by them. Of course, their purpose was not to destroy the lower and middle levels. Otherwise, they would not have waited until now. Their main battlefield was still the upper level. Their purpose here was to prevent the middle-level cultivators from ascending. This battle lasted for half a cup of tea's time. Even if Xiaoyang could fight above his level, he was still powerless in the face of so many devils who were not inferior to him. 3 devils of the same level was a great restraint in itself. Not to mention, there were 5 King Wu level 2, 10 King Wu level 9, and many half-step King Wu level 9 and Wu Zun level 9. Although the weak were just cannon fodder, it took a lot of effort to blow the cannon fodder to death. In a balanced situation, a little more effort would mean a change in the situation. Therefore, Xiaoyang's situation was not optimistic. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, Old Master Xiao, and King Wu. Qian Guangqi's eyes flickered as his battle intent fluctuated. He said indifferently, "In my opinion, let's attack together. We can't just watch Xiaoyang fight alone, right? He is our junior." "That's right. Even a young man dares to act like this. Could it be that we, the older ones, are inferior to the young ones?" Arctic Gray Feather said domineeringly. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. A terrifying aura burst out from his body and scattered many of the tribulation clouds. After flying to the level of the tribulation cloud, they immediately locked onto a devil of the same level and began a fierce battle. After killing a devil of the same level, two more devils of the same level immediately surrounded it. Old Master Shao said, "I'm very relieved that the family can produce such a talent. I have nothing else to ask for. Madam, I'm going now." He activated his cultivation and soared into the sky. In an instant, he flew to Arctic Gray Featherside. With a flip of his hand, he killed several half-step King Wu. Then he tangled with the other devils of the same level. Lin Shiyan looked at Old Master Zhao's high-spirited figure in battle. Her beautiful eyes were once again filled with infatuation. It wasn't the reason why she chose him back then, because he was so brave and fearless. Now that they were fighting side by side again, she was willing to die. Just as Old Master Shao said, she had nothing else to ask for. "Husband, I'm coming," Lin Shiyan murmured. Suddenly, King Wu's aura burst out and flew up to fight alongside Old Master Shao. Qian Guangqi smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything and immediately flew up to the tribulation cloud. The remaining martial kings looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they all charged forward one by one, because opening the passage seal from the middle level to the upper level should be the responsibility of everyone. It shouldn't be the responsibility of Xiaoyang alone. Moreover, he was still a junior. This caused many of the seniors to feel guilty. More than 10 middle-level King Wu flew up to the tribulation cloud and used their killer moves. They revealed their trump cards in order to kill the devils and open the passage for ascension. This was very beneficial for themselves and for future cultivators. Their good reputation would be immortalized for generations. It was worth it even if they died, not to mention that they might not die. The battle in the tribulation cloud caused too much of a commotion. It immediately attracted the attention of many middle-level powerhouses. Wu Zun's level 9 and level 8 powerhouses released their divine senses to observe the battle in the tribulation cloud. When they saw the devils, their expressions changed and they were horrified. It was the first time for many of them to see this kind of foreign race, especially one that was so powerful. Fortunately, there were powerful powerhouses like Xiaoyang, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyan, Arctic Greyfeather, and Old Master Shao. Otherwise, the middle-level and lower-level cultivators would have been killed. Gradually, more and more people knew about it. Even people at Wu Zun's level knew about it. In order to let more people know about the existence of the devil, and in order to let more people feel pressured, the half-step martial king Shaoling directly recorded the great battle in the tribulation clouds. In the end, she transmitted it to the upper-level and lower-level cultivators so that everyone could see it. They saw the terror of the devils and also saw the bravery of Xiaoyang, Qian Guangqi, and the others. All of a sudden, all the cultivators were filled with fighting spirit, and their fighting spirit exploded. The cultivators who had been slacking off also began to cultivate diligently, hoping that one day they would be able to help. Although it was their first time seeing a true devil, they knew about the cruelty and terror of the devils from their education and legends. Originally, there were many cultivator sects in the lower and upper levels who had conflicts with each other. Now that they saw the invasion of the foreign race, all of them instantly turned weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk and decided to work together to fight the enemy. It could be said that the actions of Xiaoyang and Xiaolinger this time had greatly encouraged all the cultivators of the middle and lower realm, and they'd instantly resolved many internal conflicts and completely encouraged them. After the elders of the Peerless sect and the Xiao clan's Xiaolinger saw the attitudes of the numerous cultivators of the mid and lower realms, they instantly understood even more. Thus, they transmitted the jade slips that recorded the battle to the 8 mountains and seas and the 9 great grotto heavens. The 9 great grotto heavens were under the jurisdiction of the Xiao family, while the 8 mountains and seas were under the jurisdiction of the Arctic Gray Feather. Regardless of whether it was the 9 great grotto heavens or the 8 mountains and seas, there was not much difference between them and the lower level. The middle level was where they would advance. The middle level was where they would advance to the upper level. Xiaoyang, who was fighting in the tribulation clouds, swept his divine sense across the middle and lower levels, the 8 mountains and seas, and the 9 great grotto heavens. After sensing the attitudes and enthusiasm of the cultivators, he smiled. His gaze turned towards the Shao family. It was as if his gaze could penetrate all obstacles and fall directly on Shao Linger's face. His eyes were filled with gratification and affirmation. Shao Linger, who was half a step into King Wu, naturally sensed something and smiled. "All right, little flame, my show is over. It's your turn," Xiao Yang lightly called out. Chapter 13:12. As soon as Xiao Yang said that, a popping sound could be heard as Xiao Yang appeared in front of him. Ever since Xiao Hua had attained a high-grade heavenly fire at the Songming Peak, his battle prowess was comparable to King Wu's 5th order heavenly fire. This was Xiao Yang's strongest trump card and also Xiao Yang's sure kill move. In the entire drifting cloud realm, the devil realm, and even the 3,000 small realms, King Wu's 5th order overlords were pitifully few. The reason why Xiao Yang didn't immediately use Xiao Hua's trump card was because he wanted to let the cultivators know the truth so that they wouldn't have to fight amongst themselves every day. Obviously, with Xiao Linger's help, Xiao Yang's acting was very successful and achieved his goal. Thus, Xiao Yang didn't need to continue acting. He just needed to let Xiao Hua's trump card clean up the mess. "Xiao Hua, let's move. Be careful, don't hurt the humans," Xiao Yang instructed. Xiao Hua nodded. Boundless flames instantly erupted and engulfed an area of 10,000 miles, forming a large sea of fire. After these flames burned, the tribulation clouds within 10,000 miles turned red, causing a huge change in the weather and attracting the attention of all the cultivators. Under the terrifying flames, regardless of whether it was King Wu's 2nd order or 3rd order demons, all of them were burned to ashes by the flames. Xiao Yang couldn't help but praise when he saw this. "Well done, Xiao Hua." King Wu's 5th order heavenly fire was indeed worthy of being a 5th order King Wu. An expert could tell whether or not he was a true expert with just one move. Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, Old Master Shao, and the other King Wu were still fighting against the demons. They were even prepared to die because there were too many demons, and all of them were powerful. Thus, they were a little pessimistic. However, in the next moment, these arrogant demons were instantly wiped out by the high-grade heavenly fire. This shocked Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, Old Master Shao, and the other King Wu. What kind of flame was this? Its power was so terrifying. It was too unbelievable. Xiao Linger had been waiting for this moment. When she recorded this moment, she recorded it in detail, especially the shocking scene. He wanted to let all the cultivators know that although these demons were fierce, there were still human cultivators who could deal with them. However, in the future, they would have to rely on the younger generation. The scene of Xiao Yang using Xiao Hua to wipe out the demons was too shocking, too beautiful, and too awesome. When the news spread to the lower realm, the 8 mountains and seas, and the 9 great heavens, all the cultivators were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock, and they couldn't believe it. This was especially true for Xiao Yang's acquaintances. When they saw Xiao Yang's ferocity, they were simply stunned. The demons who were wiped out in an instant were originally full of confidence. Whether it was in terms of numbers or overall strength, they were stronger than the top powerhouses of the Middle Realm. However, they didn't expect that they would all be wiped out in the next moment. They didn't even have time to send out a message. They felt that they had died unjustly. Xiao Yang smiled and cupped his fists at the King Wu. "Seniors, thank you for your help. Since you're all here, let's ascend together. We're basking in your glory." One by one, the King Wu responded humbly. Xiao Yang raised his head and looked up. After clearing out the demons, he saw a colorful vortex above his head. The vortex was filled with dense spirit energy, and the density of the spirit energy was more than 10 times that of a midstream cultivator. There was also a faint summoning sound from the other end of the vortex. It seemed that it should be the passage. Xiao Yang pointed at the vortex and said, "Seniors, look at that vortex. If I'm not wrong, that's the passage to the upper realm." They all looked up and saw a vortex that they had never seen before. The vortex sect had a large black net in the shape of a grid. However, it wasn't a physical net. It was a net condensed by a formation and belonged to the virtual category. Xiao Yang could tell with a single glance that this was the seal that the Devil Realm had set up. They had sealed this passage and even had the Devil Realm guard it. In order to confirm his judgment, Xiao Yang planned to try it out himself. He flew up and instantly rushed to the side of the vortex. He approached the black net and slowly reached out his hand, wanting to test its power. When his hand came into contact with this layer of black net, an astonishing devil chi immediately burst out and washed over Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang's expression changed. He immediately cast a defensive light shield to protect himself. He descended on the clouds and calmly explained to everyone, "That's right. This is the seal set up by the Devil Realm. Its purpose is to prevent us middle realm cultivators from ascending to the upper realm. This way, as long as they take down the upper realm, the middle realm and lower realm won't be difficult." Qian Guangqi said solemnly, "It seems that the Devil Realm is planning something big. I wonder if you have a way to break this seal, Xiao Yang." Arctic Gray Feather smiled domineeringly and said, "I see that Xiao Yang has a high-level heavenly fire. Heavenly fire is the Devil Realm's, so this might be useful." "Yes, we can give it a try, Xiao Yang." Old Master Xiao and Lin Shiyun nodded at Xiao Yang to encourage Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Okay, let's give it a try." He summoned Xiao Hua and instructed him. Then, Xiao Hua released a large string of fire tongues. The fire tongues directly swept toward the colorful vortex, specifically burning the black, mesh-like lines. It could be seen with the naked eye that even if there were many black, mesh-like lines, the heavenly fire could spread all over. Moreover, it spread out in a targeted manner, burning one to one. After being covered by the heavenly fire, it looked like a fire net. After seeing this scene, many mighty figures like King Wu heaved a sigh of relief. In their opinion, the high-level heavenly fire was so powerful and was the nemesis of the Devil Realm. It should be able to destroy the seal. However, it turned out that they thought too much. After burning for 15 minutes, the mesh-like, black, mesh-like lines still did not move. Some mighty figures like King Wu were unwilling to give up and suggested to continue burning. Xiao Yang agreed and let the heavenly fire continue burning. However, after an hour, the seal still did not move. The heavenly fire could not break it at all. This made many King Wu angry. Fortunately, they had worked hard for half a day, but in the end it was all in vain. If they could not break this seal, it would be useless no matter how many devils they killed. They would still be stuck in the middle realm. This was a great blow to their morale. It made them feel a strong sense of frustration. "Xiao Hua, come back." Xiao Yang called out softly. Xiao Hua immediately returned to Xiao Yang's side and then slipped into Xiao Yang's storage ring. Xiao Yang said, "Seniors, don't panic. Let me see if there is a way to break it." Chapter 1313. Many King Wu sighed and said, "What else can we do? Even the high-grade heavenly fire can't solve it. I think it's better not to waste our energy." Xiao Yang was very optimistic. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he said softly, "How would we know if we don't try?" Thus he flew up again and instantly flew to the side of the vortex. He carefully observed the grid-like black lines again. So that's how it is. After Xiao Yang pondered for a while, he immediately understood. This was all thanks to the memories of his previous life. In his previous life, as the eternal poison venerable, he was very knowledgeable. It was also because of this that Xiao Yang could immediately determine that this was a formation. As for what kind of formation it was, Xiao Yang could not tell at a glance, so he also planned to use Xiao Hua to clear it. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua failed, so he had to study it again. After studying it, he immediately understood the mystery of it. His body once again landed in front of the many King Wu. Qian Guangqi asked Xiaoyang, how is it? Is there a way to break it? What seal is this? The many King Wu also looked curiously at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and said, don't worry, this seal can be broken, but it's a little difficult. This seal is called the Dark Demon Seal. It is formed by the condensation of pure, dark demon qi and dark demon qi. After the arrangement of the formation, they formed a special power. Xiaoyang, go and break the seal so that we don't feel uneasy. The great master of the Xiao clan shouted. The other King Wu also asked one after another. Xiaoyang said, okay, I'll go now. As his words fell, he separated again. This time, he floated directly opposite the seal. Then his hands quickly formed a seal, releasing a mysterious power that gradually spread to the grid-like seal. In addition, Xiaoyang also used the soul refining art and the traceless dream to release his spiritual power, constantly breaking down the seal's willpower and power. Finally, Xiaoyang summoned Flamingo and let it spit out the nihility flame. The void flame was not a flame, but it was similar to a flame. In reality, it was a poison that could burn and burn anything. Therefore, even if the high-grade heavenly fire could not burn the substance, the nihility flame might be able to disintegrate it. Under the effects of Xiaoyang's various methods, coupled with his proficiency in array formations and his ability to break array formations, the seal in front of him slowly weakened. Even the black grid gradually dimmed and lost its luster. The seal's power had obviously weakened by a lot because the spiritual energy flowing out of the vortex had become denser. This proved that Xiaoyang's method was effective. Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyin, and the other experts from King Wu revealed knowing smiles. As long as it was useful, it was fine. They were anticipating and hoping because this was their chance to ascend. Xiaoyang maintained this state for a quarter of an hour. Then the seal, which was originally extremely dim, suddenly shattered and turned into dust. Endless spiritual energy instantly surged down from the vortex like a vast ocean, instantly filling everyone. Because the spiritual energy was too dense, even if they did not cultivate, just breathing in was enough to make their cultivation circulate automatically and even begin to improve. This was enough to prove that the seal had been completely broken. Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, and the other King Wu were extremely excited and had excited expressions. Xiaoyang, you're really good. You broke the seal. You did it. You finally opened the ascension passage. Look, this amazing spiritual energy is too dense. Where else can there be such spiritual energy except in the upper realm? Quickly, absorb the spiritual energy and improve your cultivation. Use it to break through, and then everyone can ascend. One by one, the King Wu were extremely excited. They all sat cross-legged and meditated, desperately absorbing the viscous spiritual energy. Their cultivation aura rose steadily, becoming extremely terrifying. In less than 10 minutes, they broke through their current realm one after another and successfully stepped into the second stage of King Wu. They began to congratulate each other, the joy on their faces clearly visible. Congratulations, congratulations. The atmosphere was jubilant. Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyin, Old Master Xiao, and the others all broke through. None of them were left out. When Xiaoyang saw the situation, he was also happy in his heart. He was not surprised by this miracle at all. Firstly, they had been accumulating in the King Wu realm for too long and had long reached the point of breaking through. They were just one step away. Secondly, with the opening of the seal, as the spiritual energy of the upper realm flowed down, their opportunity had also arrived. With their accumulation and the opportunity, they naturally broke through. Xiaoyang also cupped his fists and congratulated them. Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, and Old Master Xiao said in annoyance, "All right, it's all thanks to you. We'll remember your kindness. Don't try to make your presence known. We won't forget what you've done for us." Many of the second stage King Wu bosses laughed. Then, a teleportation force descended. It seemed that they were about to be teleported to the upper realm. The power of ascension was actually the power of teleportation. Are we going to ascend to the upper realm? This is too easy. I'm so excited. After so many years, we can finally ascend. I want to see what the upper realm is like. The spiritual energy flowing out here is already so dense. The spiritual energy above must be even denser. Many King Wu began to look forward to their future life in the upper realm. To be honest, Xiaoyang had never been to the upper realm, but he had seen people in the upper realm. Under the effect of the spiritual energy, just now, Xiaoyang's cultivation improved a lot through the conversion of his poison meridian. Xiaoyang's physique was poison, so he was immune to all poisons. As long as he absorbed enough poison, he could break through and increase his cultivation. If he encountered spiritual energy, he could convert it through his poison meridian and absorb it. This was the uniqueness of the heavenly book. The power of teleportation did not arrive all at once. Instead, it was a process. At first, it was very weak, but it slowly grew stronger. It was as if he wanted these second-order, Martial King realm big shots to enjoy this memorable moment. After 15 minutes, the power of teleportation reached its peak. Then, with a sudden burst of magical power, Xiaoyang, Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others were instantly teleported to the upper realm. Ascension Pavilion, Upper Realm. All powerhouses who ascended from the middle realm for the first time would appear here. The Ascension Pavilion was the place responsible for receiving ascended cultivators. However, at this moment, the Ascension Pavilion was empty. It was even covered with cobwebs and dust. It was easy to understand, because no cultivator had ascended in the past few hundred years. The Ascension Pavilion had been abandoned. Creak! The door was slowly pushed open, making a sound that could not bear the burden. Xiaoyang and the others slowly walked out of the Ascension Pavilion that had been in disrepair for a long time. They opened their eyes and looked at the world.